we are live.
Hello.
Welcome,
Hello.
everyone.
Space, the final frontier.
Yes, today we are playing a one-shot mission from Star Trek, the original series.
The proper series. Means Dr. Jones is running around in a miniskirt.
Ugh.
Correct.
Big old boots.
Yeah, but she rocks it.
As per usual, you will find all our stuff on YouTube, and the sessions are also available on audio-only podcasts. All right, so before we kick this off, does anyone have any sort of character business that they'd like to discuss that the audience may want to know about?
Not for the good captain.
Nothing for the doctor.
Nothing for Psylocke.
We haven't done anything yet.
Yeah.
All right, we shall begin. Cue the music, and let's have... Do you have that captain's log?
Of course he doesn't.
Captain?
I do.
All right, when you're ready.
Oh, that long.
Excellent. Captain's log, stardate 5428.3. The ship is on course to planet Dourap IV, near the Klingon border. Velkath, the Tellarite colony there, has had an outbreak of Dourap fever, a highly contagious viral infection. The disease is still in its early phases, and no fatalities have been reported. We have been tasked by Starbase 24 to transport an emergency medical team and their supplies to the colony and provide any assistance they might need. We are traveling at warp factor 6. Our ETA is approximately 18 hours.
Doo-doo. All right, so is there anything that your characters is particularly doing at this point? Or any information that you need?
Now, the
I'll
captain's
say that
sipping on tea.
With vodka in it.
Lieutenant
This
Commander
is-
Psylocke is very fastidious about his equipment and gear, and he's always fussing over it and making sure that everything's working at 100% efficiency. So he's like checking and double checking everything.
Okay,
This was a medical mission,
it is a medical mission, yes.
so I don't know how involved Darzan expects to be in this case. But he is going to at least be studying up on the planet and whatnot.
All right. You will pull up that information. I can give you that information right here.
Why the hell not?
Thanks to the very awesome locations thing.
Okay, Dr. Jones will be in the sick bay, medical bay. She is going to be prepping everything that's needed for this mission. Medical supplies, any kind of research that needs to be done about the people on the planet, that kind of thing.
Why is the captain's log not a quest?
Because the GM did not think about that and will think about that in future. Okay, so that's the information you have on Dourap IV. And that is the information on the colony itself. With regards to the medical stuff, the medical team is composed of civilians. You have a team of 26 people. There are 6 doctors, 10 nurses, and 10 orderlies. While on board, they will answer to the chief medical officer, but once they have arrived at Dourap IV, then they will take over and conduct their mission.
All right. Captain is so who is the science officer?
I am.
And you're Darzan?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. And then who is Lorian again? Sorry.
EXO.
All right.
His background is security, so he's probably, if we don't have a proper security chief, he's probably doing that too.
All right. So the captain will say, Mr. Lorian, you have the con. Mr. Darzan, join me down in the medical bay, please. I want to have a meeting with the good doctor.
I have the con
sir.
eye. Now I'm trying to remember.
So yeah, we're
what
going to
it
go
was
down
like
and see Dr. Jones.
but
All right.
there's no time for love, Dr. Jones.
Short Michaela is going to get a red shirt, a red short, which is going to be a grown-up short round.
Okay.
Okay, so you summon the doctor to the cargo hold, where all the stuff is currently stored.
Is that all the medical supplies and stuff?
The medical supplies, and I guess, did the captain want the medical team there as well?
Just their team lead.
So Dr. Jones would already be there. I stuck a note in chats that she's careful, so she will be there going through the list a second time to double check and make sure everything's in order.
I suppose I can share this information with you too. Where is it? I think that worked.
Well,
Yeah,
if it was supposed to post a thing, we see it.
Yep.
Oh, God. Of course, it's carried by fucking insects.
It'll be fine.
Darzan unvolunteers himself.
Oh, you have an insect thing?
I do not like insects.
Do they bug you?
That's funny.
All right.
I can't believe
Doctor.
I left that open.
Doctor, how are plans coming along for our assisting the medical team?
Captain, I'm going through and double checking everything on the list. Everything seems to be in order here. We are ready as soon as we arrive to the planet.
Excellent. What's the name of the medical team lead?
Okay. Player does not know, but
Now that's a question for the GM.
yeah,
The GM will tell you momentarily.
he's got to open up his random name generator.
Your team lead's name is Team Lead.
Tim, lead.
Your team, or the team leader, is Commander Myra Kalev.
All right. Commander Kalev, I'm just wondering, you have enough of this Daranite drug to inoculate the population?
Yes, Captain.
And how can we be of better assistance to you? We've got 18 hours to arrive. Is there anything we can give to you at this time?
Well, thank you for the offer, Captain, but I think we have everything under control. In the event that we need more of the drug, we should be able to synthesize it on board.
Very good. And tell me, what are your plans for staging the treatment center once we arrive?
To cut a long story short, the commander will detail how the medical facility is to be set up, and how they plan to then begin inoculating the colonists.
Very good. And what can we do to make sure that anyone we send down with you is protected? I take it we have enough biohazard suits for an away team?
We do, Captain, but I think if we inoculate all our personnel before arrival, we should have sufficient protection.
Wonderful. Make sure you give Darzan 2 of them shots. I think he'll need it to calm down. Or maybe the doctor can give him another shot of some kind. Anyway, I hear he likes shots. Isn't that right, Mr. Darzan?
I believe that's not how I put it, sir.
Very well. Very well. Anyway, all right. And what can we expect from what we know of the number of people that have been infected with this? I understand that it can actually involve some suffocating the poor people. Is there a medical facility there able to at least sustain their lives at this point?
I believe so, but I think that their current facilities are certainly going to be stressed, sir.
All right. Well, we'll make as best time as we can. I'm sure we're going at our best possible speed to get there.
When was our ETA, Captain?
Oh, I believe it's 18 hours, about 17 hours now, I believe. Science officer, do you have any concerns that you want to express at this time?
Yeah, I don't have anything specific that I can think of at the moment. Outside of bug nets.
Right. Well, good for you. We just have our biohazard equipment. I'm sure that those little pesky bastards can't get through that, unless, of course, they're 4 feet
I'll just
long.
stay indoors.
Is it wrong that I'm sort of envisioning Darzan acting like 3PO in Empire? Go away! Go away!
Maybe a bit of that.
Very well. Okay, well, thanks
All
so
right.
much for your time. I'll not keep you from your duties.
You don't get the opportunity to say anything there. As we switch to Lieutenant Commander Psylocke, since you are being very words very carefully studying everything and making sure everything is going correctly. Can you make a roll, a perception-based engineering warp
Okay.
drive roll?
Uh-oh.
Let me see if I got the right skill. I took the inventor skill, which covers all forms of engineering, but I also have the electronics operations skills. I don't know. What do you want
This
me to
is
roll?
not electronics operations. This will be your mechanic warp drive, but it's a IQ-based or perception-based roll.
Okay. How do I do that again? Right click
So
perception.
you just drag the dice onto the perception up the top of the skill
got
sheet.
it. So I don't know if that worked. That didn't work. Hold on.
Make sure you drag it onto the number,
Onto the number.
not the top header.
Let's see. Did that work? Perception
Yep.
success by 5. Mechanic warp skill drive. Warp drive.
That did work. You will be sitting there and you will see a very brief and sudden spike in the power fluctuations to the warp core. Immediately, automatic systems begin to engage, and klaxons begin to start blaring. In the bridge, you will hear these klaxons.
Okay. I'm immediately like, we're going to our, I guess we call them like the abnormal operating procedures. I don't know who the next person that's kind of in charge, my head technician, whatever. I'll be like, sir, whatever, like what's going on? Report. What was that? Just trying to get more information. And then taking the immediate actions necessary to
He will start
address
pressing
the
buttons
situation.
and looking at displays, and he will say, sir, the warp field is destabilizing amongst the blaring klaxons. Is anything happening on the bridge?
Yeah, I was about to say that's about the time he's going to be receiving a. This is the bridge report.
Commander, or wait, who's this? You're Lorien, right? Commander Lorien?
Yes.
Commander, we have received a sudden spike in the warp core field, and it is currently destabilizing. We are investigating. I have no further information at this moment. We are initiating emergency protocols to stabilize the field.
Acknowledged. Helm, drop us out of warp.
Your conversation is cut short as the ship lurches violently from side to side. Your panels begin to spark, and random wires from the ceiling will sort of fall in classic Star Trek fashion.
And we all are all rolling back and forth physically.
Indeed, you are.
Luckily, I'm sitting
Grabbing
in a
onto
nice
things.
chair.
From the bridge, the normal star field in the forward viewer changes to a swirling tunnel of red, orange bands of energy. For those on the bridge, give me an IQ roll for the commander, or those that are actually on the bridge. So that's only the commander at this point.
I hope it's not just me. Success by 1.
That's of the PCs. You have you recall part of your training and stuff and such like that what you're witnessing is perhaps that your ship has fallen into a wormhole.
Oh crap! Were we hit by a radiation wave?
Possibly.
Damn it. We're going to be surrounded by aliens.
Something has clearly gone
Fronted by
wrong.
an insane military commander.
So, Captain Ramius is going to nod to Lieutenant Commander Darzin, and we are going to head right back to the bridge.
I have a
Indeed.
question. Is this something that we are actually familiar with? Do we have procedures for accidentally hitting a wormhole?
You would have procedures, yes.
All right. Then the first thing Lorian is going to do is hit the intraship freak and let everybody know that whatever the appropriate code is for. Hey, we have stumbled into a wormhole.
Okay, Lieutenant Commander Psylocke, you announce that, so engineering will hear this.
Well,
And all that.
everybody across the ship will hit it. Hear it.
All right, so this is something that the crew has trained for. Psylocke, you will know that this wormhole effect can happen when the warp drive goes out of balance. This will, taking the ship out of warp will bring the ship back into normal space. Unfortunately, wormholes do hamper subspace communications, and there is likely to be several detrimental effects on most of the shipboard systems.
Is the effect of the warp drive going out of balance that causes a wormhole, is that due to a failure or like maintenance issue, or is that just something that could randomly happen?
It's on a well-maintained ship, it shouldn't happen. But something did happen, and since you were very vigilant in watching your systems, you noticed the very brief and sudden power spike.
So how do we get out of it?
All right, you will need your helmsman to make a piloting roll. However, you do have a helmsman. Your helmsman is... where's the note? Your helmsman is Lieutenant Thin Velrock, an Andorian. However, you look over and you can see that the helm seat is vacant, and it appears that the lieutenant is unconscious on the floor.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to have to hit the thing and say medical emergency on the bridge. And holy crap, I do not have any helm skills. Navigation officer is right next to him, I believe.
I think Spacer might.
Class.
I think Spacer might be able to substitute for general, like flying skills.
It's a good thought. Let me
Yeah.
check. Well, I don't know actually. Skill working with airlocks, docking clamps, hull patches, pressure doors, etc. on a large spacecraft.
I thought the template actually includes a pilot. You have to choose a pilot.
I'm certain it does. If you recall, I am former Federation Marine, not Starfleet Academy. I went to the Federation Marine Academy.
Right. He's the jarhead, not the squid.
Former jarhead. Well, not former. You can't be a former Marine. Yes, he does. Commander Lorian does not know why Starfleet reassigned him, or the Federation reassigned him to Starfleet, but they did a couple of years ago. And clearly, ship handling is the first skill that I need to pick up.
Is the captain back on the bridge?
The captain, can you give me a dex roll to see as the ship still violently lurches from time to time, as you can, feel things are not under control. All right, so you will sustain 1 point of bruises and stuff as you're buffeted around the ship on your trip to the bridge. You will arrive on the bridge to see a fairly chaotic scene.
Point of order, it takes a while to travel in the Constitution class. If he's in the cargo bay, that's going to take a long time to get back to the... I mean, if you actually watch old school TOS, it's not like, what is it, the crappy new movies where they like step in and it goes whoosh whoosh and they're there. You can actually tell where they're moving around. Who is Ensign Manning, by the way, in your character selection? GM? Who?
Ensign Manning.
Yeah, Ensign Weldon Manning is in the character selection on server.
That's the ghost in the machine playing with us now.
Well, he's wearing a gold shirt, so I was figuring he's like, the navigation officer who sits next to the helmsman. Is going to have him jump over and do the thing while I at least try to do
Yes,
some
here's
first
navigation.
aid. Right, so he should have piloting. So I'm going to order Manning to take control of the, to do the pilot thing while I attempt to apply first aid on our unconscious helmsman.
Does the XO have ship handling?
He does not, which is why I'm like, I should probably have ship handling too. This is what happens when Starfleet gets involved and starts randomly sticking people into places they shouldn't be.
I'd say that'd be ridiculous if I hadn't been in the military.
You notice Nosh is probably, I can totally imagine him nodding right now.
While I remember, everyone else that hasn't done so, make a dex roll to see if you get buffeted by bruises and stuff.
I don't want to be
Success
buffeted.
by 0. I was not buffeted. Ooh, there we
Apparently, I've been
go.
fairly badly buffeted.
Yes, Darjan was freaking out because he thought he saw a bug.
Our first
Maybe you
critical
landed
failure.
on Dr. Jones. No time for love, Dr. Jones.
All right, Darzan, can you roll a d6 and take that amount of damage?
I'd rather not.
You'd rather not, but unfortunately, that is what you have to do.
Ouch.
Yep, there was a
So
nice,
since you were in the cargo
explosive
hold,
panel.
since you were in the cargo hold at the time, one of the supplies has broken loose from its storage straps and has hit you.
I hit it back with my head.
If you failed that dex roll, you take 1 point of cuts and bruises and minor burns from exploding panels.
Because we haven't heard of circuit breakers in the 23rd century.
Absolutely not.
As I have long said, the first casualty in World War III / the Eugenics War was common sense. That's the only thing that explains some of the Star Trek decisions.
Ow, medic.
for him.
Suppose I can medic myself.
Yeah. I put in chat that Dr. Jones was going to head back to sick bay to prepare for injured to come in.
And the science officer is the first to come in.
Yeah. So if he goes to sick bay, then she'll give him a injection or something.
That'll make him hallucinate bugs. Please.
Yeah, but an injection of what?
Science officer Darson, you should go to the sick bay. I'm sure that the good doctor will fix you right up. As I'm rubbing my shoulder.
I'm sorry, what's a shick? Oh, right.
So Manning will try to bring us out of warp, and while I am trying to do at least rudimentary first aid on our unconscious fellow to hopefully ensure he doesn't straight up die before the nurse arrives.
And he is not a human.
All right, so he will get up from his station and move over to helm and begin to do his thing. Let me roll for him.
What is the difference in that? 181.
There's an interesting question.
Well, they also have honestly, it should probably be the similar physiology, the -2, because nearly all of the aliens in Star Trek are descended from an original thing. I can't remember what they're
Right.
called.
All right, so Manning says, "Controls are sluggish, Captain." And you see he's there's some, his face is sort of tortured a little as he's obviously putting a lot of effort into controlling the ship. But he says, "Captain, Con is not responding. I cannot take the ship out of warp."
Well, I won't remind him that I'm technically a commander, but
Sorry, Commander.
I think just as he said
he's
that,
panicking.
you're probably getting a call from Commander Psylocke saying, "Commander, I recommend that we take the ship out of warp."
So noted. Okay, so if he succeeded, we can't do that. Okay, that's interesting.
Ronnke, is there anything that Psylocke is doing his his emergency response procedures and troubleshooting? Has he determined? Has he been able to discover what's causing the issues? I know it's only been a few moments.
You can make your mechanic warp drive roll.
Just the regular one, not perception based, right?
Not perception based, no. This is just your
All right.
regular.
Okay, and while he's considering
Oops, I rolled
that,
twice.
Lorian is probably going to respond to engineering with a, engineering. This is the bridge. Con is not responding. We need you to bring us out of
Okay.
warp. We deactivate the drive there. We don't want to eject the core.
Yep. Acknowledge, Captain. The con is not working. You want me to take local control of the warp drive?
Make it so.
Aye, aye, Captain. Or sorry, aye, aye, Commander.
All right, you can confirm that your warp drive is out of balance. It is a textbook explanation for why you were, disappearing into a wormhole.
Like a washing machine with a shoe.
Exactly. You can make a mechanic warp drive roll to try and take the warp drive offline.
Okay. I'm going to do that. And
This
I'm
is
also gonna...
a somewhat difficult task. It is going to be at -3, given the conditions.
So I'm at the local controls here. Is that what you're saying? Or is this like more of a, like flipping, like opening valves, switches, and stuff like that? Or I'm at a control panel?
You're at a control panel.
Okay. All right. So I'm trying to take control of the warp drive and take it offline. Oh, that doesn't look good. I rolled a 16, failure by 2.
None of us have luck, do we?
I'm not sure.
Should
Is
have
this
had
something
Benny.
that I could retry again after a certain period of time, or did I break something?
Okay, I've put the Lexington on the combat tracker. You can certainly retry, but it's going to require a health roll for the ship. I don't know if you guys can do that from...
So I will report again, Commander, to Commander Lorian, attempting to take control of the drive and take it offline. It's currently unsuccessful. Brace yourself. Gonna try again.
All right, so the ship will lurch violently again. Everyone, please make another dex roll or take more buffeting injuries.
Well, what if I'm sitting down?
You get thrown from your seat. Actually, you throw yourself from the seat. That's how it works.
Hate it when I do that.
All hands, brace for impact. Oof.
I guess if you're seated, you can probably get the equivalent of an assist, but I don't think that changes any of the results there. What is this link? Written and directed by George Lucas. So Commander Lorian and Captain, you will take a further point of damage. And the ship's systems will suffer more damage because it failed its health roll. Did that actually roll? Did you see it? Yes. You can see GM rolls, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Did we?
I see USS Lexington health attribute fail by 3.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
The Lexington is in the combat tracker. I don't think you can see any of its rollable attributes. I should get around to making the health rollable on the actual sheet itself. Anyway, Commander Psylocke, you still have to give me a dex roll.
I rolled Dex. Where was it?
Oh, you need
I thought
another
I
one.
did.
Need another one after the
failure.
Stumble out of warp.
I thought I rolled it. I guess I didn't. I thought I did. All right,
I'm not seeing it.
I thought I rolled. Let me roll again. Oh, I know. There we go.
All right.
Success by 4.
All right. You will not take any damage from being buffeted. However, one of your red shirts you see will go over the rail that is at the warp core, and will fall to the level below, suffering some injuries. You may attempt another mechanic -4. Yeah, mechanic warp drive -4.
Okay. He sees the.
Sorry, -3. My fault.
He sees the guy go overboard. He'll issue orders to some of the the other people working there, his subordinates, and be like, take care of the whatever, the corporal or whatever his rank is, and very neutral, straight face, obviously, like a Vulcan, no emotion, and he's gonna try. I think I'm overconfident. Yeah, he's just gonna try again. I was gonna do like extra time, but let's go ahead and roll. He knows he can do this. Warp drive mechanic. Oh, what did he roll? He rolled a 10, success by 4.
All right.
We knew you could do it.
You manage to begin to take the warp drive offline. To do it safely, it's going to take roughly a minute and a half. The ship will slow to sublight, and then you throw the impulse engines into sort of full reverse, and that should bring everything under control. Or at least that's the plan. What is Michaela doing? Was Michaela... So Michaela was in the cargo hold. There's a bunch of people there that have been sort of knocked about. It looks like Lieutenant Commander Darzan took a nasty injury as one of the storage containers broke free and has landed on top of him.
Okay. So I'd originally put in chat that she would head back to sickbay to prepare for people to come in with injuries. But if she's still in the cargo hold, then she will start to treat the injured there and notify one of the nurses in sickbay to be ready for people coming in with injuries.
Okay, the situation is still fairly chaotic. Give me a first aid or a physician roll at -2, given the difficulty of the current environment or the less than ideal conditions.
Margin critical by
Wow.
11.
She's
What
gonna
happened to your
grab some.
dice?
She's gonna grab some of
Woohoo.
that dirt that she's so freaked out about and rub it into his wounds and tell him to walk it off.
No, she is not going to do that.
Maybe look at him and go, "Why are you whining, sir? This is just a light bruise." Then punch him in the bruise.
Give me a d6 roll. I think it's actually d6 plus 1 at this tech level. And that's hit points recovered.
Right, so 4 hit points recovered for Darzan.
Okay.
So
Apparently I am uninjured.
She injects you with the good stuff.
You don't have like unusual biochemistry or anything, do you?
No, I don't.
I do, by the way.
all right, so your injuries are miraculously healed as the doctor sort of moves this cylindrical device over your wound. And it makes a
noise like wah wah.
correct.
No, she does, not the machine.
The machine
She'll
goes
do that,
bing.
and then she'll go check on everyone else that's in the cargo bay, make sure that there isn't any work she needs to do there, and then she'll head back to sick bay.
Okay, the doctor. Myra. She will say, go, doctor. I've got the situation here under control. I'll treat these people.
All right, very good. Thank you. And Dr. Jones will head up to sick bay.
And Dr. Kalev will begin treating anyone else that's in the cargo bay that's injured.
Once Darzan has been treated, he's gonna head up to the bridge.
All right, so Michaela, you will arrive at sickbay, and you will see that there is already people being treated, and there's more coming in. Split head injuries, bleeding. There's someone come in, cradling their arm. Says, "I think it's broken."
All right, so she will revert to her training in crisis mode and start filtering people by critical wounds. So the more critical wounds will get treatment first, and then she'll move on to, like, as those guys get taken care of, then she'll start working on the ones who are less injured, and her nurses as well. I'm sure there are a few there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how big of a crew does she have?
I'm not sure what the medical complement is, but there'll be a number of people here. And all those off-duty medical people will be, most likely en route anyway. Like second shift and third shift will be making their way here.
If it looks like we're gonna be overflowing, she'll get on the comms with Commander Kalev and ask her if she can send some of the more lightly wounded people down there for treatment as well. So if we're getting overwhelmed, she'll see if Kalev can take some folks in.
To the cargo bay?
Yeah, since Kalev's there's medical supplies there, and Kalev obviously knows what she's doing. So
she says, "Aye, doctor, I'll take care of it."
that's
And
only if we get overwhelmed in sick bay. So if we're able to keep everything moving well, then she won't. But if we're getting overwhelmed, she'll send folks to Kalev.
She will. I don't recall if the old school communicators, if they could be broadcast to the ship, or it's just direct to people.
Well, there's usually a an intercom.
There's comm panels on the walls. So you just go over there, hit the button, my name to whoever I'm calling, and the computer routes it to them.
It just works.
It probably works, and it depends on which episode you're watching as to which way it works, or who was the writer at the time. In any case, Dr. Kalev, she will go to the intercom and she will broadcast a message, shipwide message, saying, "This is Dr. Kalev. Can I have all members of my team assemble with medical equipment in the cargo hold immediately? We have injured."
So, with regards to the question about the medical thing, I seem to recall that TOS Enterprise had like 3 doctors, in addition to at least one nurse, but probably a handful of other nurses as well.
Well, the 3 doctors, they would probably be the duty doctor for each shift.
Yeah, it was
Assuming 3 shifts.
McCoy, who is the CMO. You had Mbenga, who's actually is in the Strange New Worlds, and there was another one, but I can't remember his name.
Give me.
I was a Trek nerd.
Give me a diagnosis roll for Michaela as you begin to triage. You will have a number of people that are sort of coming in. All the beds are currently full, and you've got people standing around.
Diagnosis, success by 7.
You will successfully begin getting all that under control, and medical, while chaotic, is running as smoothly as you can do it in the current situation. Back on the bridge, or actually, Psylocke, you will note that you have about a minute and a half. The ship will drop out of warp, and then you'll be returning to sublight.
Okay, I will relay all that information to the bridge. And do I need to transfer control back to the bridge, or do I stay with control?
Well, you can control from both locations, but Helm has reported that, or Con has reported that control's not responding, or warp control's not responding.
And then I will report that we do have an injured crewman. I don't know if protocol would be for us to take him to sick bay or have somebody come attend to him.
All right, at this time,
Depends on the specifics.
the captain, you will arrive on the bridge and see a fairly chaotic scene. There is, random bridge crew with fire extinguishers putting out some console fires. You will see that Ensign Manning is unconscious on the floor in his station.
No, he's not.
Sorry, not Manning.
Lieutenant Andorian guy.
Lieutenant Andorian guy, which is...
Come on, the GM doesn't know all the damn names.
Of course not. Oh, I forget my name sometime. Velrock. You see Lieutenant Velrock on the floor, and Ensign Manning is currently in Velrock's station. The commander is there, barking orders. And I guess, what is it? Ship handling is the skill for general running of the ship.
Yep, that's a skill I got to pick up.
So
Clearly, I'm learning it.
Ship handling is a skill for driving the ship when you're having to relay orders to other people to do it.
Okay, so that's exactly what is happening at this point. So let's assume that you have ship handling at 1 point at least, or unless you want to rejigger some points. I imagine the first officer would have had some training.
You know how Starfleet is.
Well, certainly the captain has that skill. But as I'm
I'm just seeing how controlled the bridge is at the time the captain arrives. Does the commander have things under control, or is
So
it
this
panic?
Spaceship or starship?
Ship handling.
Yeah, it's ship handling. Spaceship, starship, submarine.
Oh, starship.
And apparently that has navigation hyperspace as a requirement for that too.
Well, that's
Let's
what I got
see,
from the
Space Marine
template, what I put into the chat.
Yeah, that's what I had.
So 1 point will be at IQ -2. Unless you want to find up more points and bump that up.
IQ -2. That's doable. Maybe. Success by 0.
All right, so you're doing your thing. You're barking orders, and the bridge is, barely under control when the captain arrives.
So
There's stuff coming out of the thing. It's smoking.
So as the doors to the elevator open up,
Turbolift.
you see Captain Ramius come in. Of course, he's been jostled twice now, and on the second jostling, he was in the elevator with Yeoman Rand, and she was looking at his shoulder, and then they got jostled again. So he comes off the elevator with his velour shirt ripped open at the shoulder.
I see you managed to get your shirt torn.
Status report, Mr. Lorien. I'll take the con.
You have the con eye. Helm is not responding. We apparently stumbled into a wormhole. Engineering has restored us to real space.
Very good. Very good. He looks over at the lieutenant lying on the floor and says, someone call for some orderlies to take this man to sickbay immediately.
Already done, sir.
All right. And then he'll link into Psylocke. Psylocke, what's going on down there?
Yes, Captain. It took some effort, but I was able to I was able to take us out of warp. We apparently had some sort of power spike that created the wormhole anomaly. We currently have local control and expect to have impulse engines online in the next 1 minute, 30 seconds and counting. We have one injured crewman.
Get him to sickbay. Spike, power spike. Can you explain it?
Well, as a player, so what I think I understood was, Captain, that
completely unexpected.
It was completely unexpected, sir. The warp drive was in 100%, status. It's an anomaly, sir.
Very well, Shylock. I want you to run. Systems diagnosis and find out what caused that spike if you can.
We'll do, sir. I'll report as soon as I have more information.
Very good. Mr. Number One, any ideas on what possibly has caused this? And do we have an update now on on how much time this is going to add to our travel time to the planet.
None as yet, sir. Still in crisis mode.
Is Darson on the bridge yet?
Darzan arrives on the bridge along with a couple of the medical crew come to take Velrock to medical.
What happened to Belrock?
Good,
Did anyone,
science officer. Get us our location.
Aye, sir. Get a fix. On it.
Does anyone know what happened to the lieutenant? Or did he just pass out and no one
Circuit
saw
breakers.
him hit
Don't
his
have any.
head? Or
Circuit breakers.
Yes, when he launched himself from his chair, he managed to hit his head.
very well. All right. So I
We
need an
need to
update
double-check
on.
those antennae are real.
We need to have an update on when we can get warp power restored as well. I also want to report on how many injured we have. However, for now, let's focus on what we need to do to get those warp drives back online. But this power spike is damn concerning. Any thoughts there, Mr. Darson?
Not as yet, sir. Stand by.
Would
Shall I
someone
go
please
ahead and
bring me some warm tea again? Look, mine happened to be spilled in all this topsy-turvy.
One of
wouldn't
the
it be nice if we had a machine? You could just say, "Make me some tea," and it would show up.
Well, we need circuit breakers for that.
No, the funny thing that just occurred to me is like in TOS, those are called protein resequencers. So I guess that means all we do is eat protein. So we're like all going for the gains on this ship.
yeah, you're all buff.
Shall I go ahead and make the navigation check then?
You can make a navigation check.
Do we get a bonus for equipment at all here?
You will not, as sensors appear to be offline. You are going off your basic inertial navigation stuff.
Hey, how come there
Okay.
isn't a vehicles thing for the Lexington?
There is.
I'm not seeing it.
All right. Well,
Share it.
a good roll.
Now you should see it.
Where are we?
Now I see it.
Okay, your position as best as you can make it is that you are still slowing to sublight. Actually, by the time you've done all this, you have returned to sublight speed. Commander Psylocke, you will know impulse engines are not responding, so you cannot slow down. So you are still at high sublight speed. It would appear that impulse engines may have been damaged. In any case, they are not responding.
So I'm gonna tell my I don't know what you would call him, like my chief, my Scotty. I'm like,
No, you're Scotty.
I'm Scotty.
Yep.
Yeah, whoever is like my right hand man down here or girl. Impulse engines are not responding. Run immediate diagnostics check. So I'll start issuing those commands, and then I will
What are they?
report to the captain. Captain,
What do they call that in regular Navy? Is that the propulsion boss?
We had the propulsion. We had the. Well, I mean, I don't know. In the so we had the throttle man, or the engineer watch supervisor, or the reactor technician, like different roving watches.
Right.
But I would, yeah, I'll just tell them like, hey, run a diagnostic. It's not reporting, and Captain, impulse engines appear to be offline, not responding, unable to. Am I not able to get out of warp speed? Is that what's happening? So
No, you've dropped out of warp, so you're in
dropped out of warp.
sublight, but you don't.
Okay.
Ordinarily, you would engage your reverse impulse to bring the ship to a stop, but you can't do that because your impulse engines are not responding. So
Okay,
you're
I
traveling
will
at
report.
high sublight speed.
Do I have any recommendations to the captain on what we can do based on my skill?
At this point, you're basically adrift. You don't have any recommendations other than you
Okay.
need to get stuff online.
So I will report to the captain the status, and then I will tell him that we are investigating immediately. We're running a full diagnostic.
Very
Unless he
well.
has other
Very well,
commands.
Psylocke. Very well, Psylocke. We have to get those warp drives back online. People are depending on us.
All right, by this time, Darzan, you will be able to get a fix on your position. In all the buffeting and bouncing and such, the ship has managed to turn nearly 90 degrees in the wrong direction.
That's not good.
You're currently traveling at a speed of 0.9 warp, or warp 0.9, heading straight towards the Klingon border. At your current speed, if you are not able to slow down, you will cross the border into Klingon space in just under 3 hours.
Yep. I am definitely checking on the weapon systems now.
The captain is
makes
going
report.
to... What's that? Go ahead.
So Darzan makes report.
Ah, damn it. Very well. Okay. Who's our communications officer?
Communications
It's a non-PC.
is
Random red shirt.
is Commander Human.
Commander.
Not Commander. Lieutenant Ellen Yatrix.
Lieutenant Yatrix. Is there any way we can patch a message through to Starfleet to advise them of our situation and our proximity to the Klingon border?
Sorry, Captain. All subspace communications are offline. I am seeing lights on several of the systems. It appears we have taken significant damage.
This is very perplexing. Very well, thank you. What could we possibly reach if we had to send a message to the Klingons that we are entering their space in 3 hours? Who could we possibly reach?
This was still directed at the communications.
Yep.
She said, without subspace communications, all communications will happen at light speed. I'm afraid we won't be able to get any message to the Klingons until we are very close to the border.
Very well. I want to be advised immediately if we get comms with Starfleet.
What's the Andorian's name again?
I think it
Sin.
was Sin.
Yeah, we're gonna have to start writing those down.
I'm writing notes this time. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, we're gonna need to write this down.
It's Belrock, wasn't he?
Velrock
That
in chat.
is not a proper Andorian name.
And then the medical team leader was Commander Caleb, right? Something like that.
The medical team leader that you're taking to the system, that was too many windows open. Myra Caleb.
Science Officer Dawson, do you have any idea what was the source of that energy spike?
Sorry, Captain, but without the sensor array, we can't see much outside. I'll see if internal sensors might pick up something.
Very good.
All right, so now that you're not being buffeted around and you're at sublight speed, reports start coming in. Damage control reports start coming in, and you will find out that subspace communications is out. Weapon systems are down. Shields are functional, though they are functional only at 65%. There are large portions in the engineering hull that are without lights and power due to some overload. So decks reporting, in the engineering hull that, their lights are out. It's completely dark. Life support is functioning. The ship's sensors are currently down. Casualties are numerous, but thankfully they are only light. Most of them are just bumps and bruises, minor lacerations, and there is a crewman with a broken bone. Physical damage to the ship is minor, and a lot of systems are down due to an overloaded power grid. So there are red lights across the board. So make of that what you will. You have 3 hours before the ship will drift into Klingon space.
Very well.
I would like to science this.
No, you need
So
to science the shit out of it.
I don't know if I want to science the entire shit out of it or just science it a little bit, but so we do have a chain of events here, and that might point to something. So I figured I might as well see what I can deduce. So I shall roll, and the GM can do what he will with it. It was not a great roll, but it succeeded.
Okay.
Theory time.
you success by 1. That will work. You'll be able to determine that the wormhole was caused by a warp field imbalance. You will analyze the sensor logs. And you can deduce that the imbalance was due to a damaged plasma injector about halfway up the starboard nacelle pylon.
I am going to communicate that to engineering to see if they have any ideas on that.
Engineering will have to go and investigate that, given your information on where this power or this plasma injector did its thing.
What would cause a plasma injector to do such a thing?
Now, would that suggest an internal problem or an external problem?
Well, as far as you can tell, it was damaged. That's all that you know.
Is that a surface feature that might be damaged from the outside, or is it a breakdown?
It is a breakdown.
Okay.
Well, I guess you could have something that managed to, pierce the deflectors and cause some sort of external damage, but unlikely.
Right.
That's the whole point of the deflectors.
Indeed.
Very
So
well.
most
I would
likely it's a
like to
breakdown.
know- I would like to know when was the last time that piece was inspected? Was it in its routine inspection period?
Someone give me... Engineering can give me a D6 roll, please, just in the chat.
I was going to say that Darzan will temporarily sort of shift in sort of a darker mood and suggest, given that Commander Lorian is, or not Commander Lorian, sorry, given that Lieutenant Commander Psylocke is known for being rather fastidious, I wonder if we might consider sabotage.
Okay, the last the last service inspection was completed 1 week ago, and everything was, as expected.
That's very peculiar. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Darzan?
I would.
Interesting.
Did
All
I
right.
just say something about sabotage?
I want my command team to meet me in my conference room in 10 minutes.
Wait, this isn't next generation. We can't sit around and discuss things around a table in a crisis.
Well, I mean,
I was just
we
watching the
can.
original series, and they go in there and play chess and talk about things.
Yeah, but not when the ship's exploding. So that would be pretty ballsy of them. It's like, sir, we've lost the left nacelle. Yes. Check in 3.
Yeah, we're not
I don't
exploding
want to
yet.
explode.
We're just going towards the Klingon border. That's all.
All right,
Anyway,
Lieutenant
transmit
Commander
to my contact
Psylocke.
room.
With this information, I assume this information was relayed to engineering.
It was.
Is Psylocke going to send an engineering crew to inspect the plasma injector on the starboard nacelle? Sorry, nacelle pylon.
Well, that's what a normal person would do in his situation, but I guess in this case, he's probably going to go himself.
Oh,
Now you're getting it.
He's been ordered to come to the commander's conference room, so you're going to send one of your team out to do that.
Well, he could totally be a little late and come in with like the broken plasma thingy and say sabotage, because it's going to be sabotage.
Sure.
That's
He can-
appropriately dramatic.
I can sit there and wonder why he hasn't appeared, and then he can appear dramatically.
Drama's sake, man. For drama.
Yeah, so probably I don't know who's calling me to say, yeah, I got to meet with the captain in 10 minutes. And then Psylocke's going to be like, I regret to inform the captain that I'm currently on mission to check the starboard plasma generator, and I regret to inform him I will be late.
Very well. Very well.
Something along those lines.
How does
All right,
this
so
thing
you're
go?
crawling through one of the Jeffries tubes.
Myself, and I'll probably take one other person with me, or I guess 2 other guys with me.
All right, well, we will handle you first. All right, you begin to, you know that the power system overload, or the plasma injector overload, happened on the starboard side of the engineering hull on decks 20, 21, and 22. You will need to crawl through the Jeffrey tubes. I will get a let's see. You have mechanic starship. You can roll that. This will determine how quickly you can get to the location without getting lost. Or getting yourself electrocuted by damaged systems that are sparking along the way.
Oh, it's less electrocuted and more fried alive by the electroplasma system.
All right, all good. You will find the damaged relays and such. You can roll. Do you have electronics operation sensors? All right, so you begin to use your engineering tricorder, and I will get you to make a mechanic starship roll at +1 due to your sensor operation there.
Damn.
Very good. Your investigation is going to take some time. In the vicinity of sort of 20 minutes. However, after that time, you will note that the plasma injector was damaged by an overload in the power system, and you will also see that the safety interlocks were disabled.
Dun dun dun.
This is an essential bit of equipment, and it will need to be repaired before the ship can go into warp. Repairs are going to take some time. They will not be easy.
So just real quick though, Psylocke, as soon as he got to the Jeffrey tubes and did his like initial investigation, not the 20 minutes, but maybe when he first got there, what he saw, he would have reported that to the captain and the bridge, just so they
That's
know
not
that he's
traumatic.
there and he's investigating. Well, that's what I think. That's how he would have done it. And then, yeah, you said the investigation will take 20 minutes.
Yeah, to do your investigation will take 20 minutes, and after that 20 minutes, that's when you will learn, what caused the damage.
Okay.
And that the safety interlocks were disabled.
Okay, so when I got there, I'd be like, Captain, I'm here. We are noting damage to the plasma injector relays.
Decks 20, 21, and 22.
On deck 2021, 22, and we are, investigating cause. Over. Will take approximately 30 minutes. 20 minutes. No, he
Very
tells
well.
the truth. 20 minutes.
Very well.
Yeah, so I guess that would give them time to do something in those 20 minutes. Otherwise, he'll do the investigation and then report back that the safety interlocks were found to have been disabled. Appears to have been intentional.
Intentional or someone's neglect. In that 20 minutes, can we get a better sense of understanding when our sensors could come back online?
Well, you have a number of tasks that require attention. You have shields at 65%, communications are offline, weapons are offline, impulse and maneuvering thrusters are currently offline. You have a power system overload, so that is offline. Well, you have an overload in the power system, and you also have a plasma injector that will need to be replaced, and you have sensors that are offline. So you have some priorities that you'll need to work out.
Very well. Now, can I do a ship handling roll to prioritize correctly?
Well, I suppose you could do a ship handling roll, but I don't know what the correct priority would be given the situation.
I think it would be the engines. If we could get the engines operational, we could stop ourselves from heading and continuing to head towards the neutral zone.
Yeah, we need helm and impulse.
That would be my recommendation, Captain.
Well, if you want that, then you will need to at least address you will need to first address the plasma injector and the power system.
Very well. We'll proceed with those, although we have an entire crew of people that handle all these different systems. So I would expect them to be handling all those systems and getting them to work in synchronicity. But in the meantime,
Have you watched
I
Star
will.
Trek before?
But in the meantime, I will look at Lorian because I'm going to head down to sickbay to see how things are going.
Before that happens, you have your meeting with the senior officers assembled.
Well, that was chiefly to say, if this is sabotage, I don't want that getting around. I want no one openly talking about that. That's the last thing we need, is to have that going around the ship. That's the key point of that meeting, but also to hear from engineering. However, engineering's doing their jobs. So like I say, in that 20 or 30 minutes, I would expect everyone else to be doing their jobs, so we can have an updated status report. But I now really want to find out a little bit more from the engineering as to what the hell's going on. So I wouldn't have that meeting if they're all squibbling around and doing their jobs. However, I would go over to Lorian and just say, Ixnay on the Sabotage A.
He'll look at you uncomprehendingly for a moment, then go, "Ah, yes."
Or to Darzan.
I understand. Ah, okay, to Darzan, who may look at you uncomprehendingly.
Yeah, what he said.
All right. So 20 minutes of your 3 hours has passed. By the time you will learn, you'll get a sort of damage report from Psylocke.
And Dr. Jones, at some point in that 20 minutes, when she has a free moment, she will make a report as well and give numbers of injured in sick bay, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So the captain is going to go down to sick bay because he wants to be present to see the wounded and trust his team to do their jobs and continue to give him status reports.
Right.
I also want to check in on. Dr. Kalev about concerns that she might have about our inability to get to the planet.
Okay, so I'm going to summarize a bunch of things. Okay. To replace the plasma injector, the warp core needs to be shut down. And it needs to shut down, and it needs to be allowed to cool before you will be able to address the plasma injector. The typical shutdown procedure takes 10 minutes. And ordinarily it'll be another hour before the nacelle pylons are cool enough so that plasma injector crew or engineering crews can be safely replacing that plasma injector. The plasma injector will take probably 25 minutes to replace. This is assuming successful rolls. Failed rolls will result in extra time features. So if you fail by one, then it'll take twice as long, and so on. And if you succeed, that also cuts off the time.
And in that 20 minutes, do we also learn about our sensors, and is this all connected to that relay?
Nope. Sensors are entirely different, but it will take 20 minutes to bring sensors online.
And comms?
Let me check. Before we get to that, to make repairs to the power system, that will take approximately 30 minutes. Someone want to note these down? I think Laureen's already doing that. So to repair the power system will take 30 minutes. Once the power system overload is taken care of, do you want me to go through those numbers again for stuff?
I think I have them. I'm trying to catch up. Hold on.
Okay, shutdown warp core will take 10 minutes. Add 60 minutes for the nacelled cool. Replace the plasma injector, roughly 25 minutes. Sensors online will take roughly 20 minutes. To get the power system overload sorted out will take approximately 30 minutes.
And that one has to be done after the plasma injector stuff is taken care of.
Correct. You also need to have operating sensors to address the power system overload, to find, all the faulty relays and stuff. Impulse engines and maneuvering thrusters. This is going to be a rather arduous and time-consuming task. This will take approximately 1 hour. Weapon systems that are currently offline, they are thankfully not severely damaged. The damage is related to the overload, and it should take about 15 minutes to bring weapon systems online. Shields are functioning, but realigning shield emitters will require a 30 minutes to get shields back to 100%. Subspace communications are entirely disabled. Your internal communications are functioning. The actuators on the chambers coil within the subspace transceiver has been burnt out by the overload. To get subspace communications online will take approximately 75 minutes. You do have a number of medical injuries. Medical is currently, or sickbay is currently under pressure as there's, crew with injuries. It will take roughly 15 minutes to get those injured work crew personnel to their required tasks. Each type of crew, for example, will take sort of 15 minutes, and there are 3 such crews that will need attention.
Alrighty then.
So I guess the crew that will take care of weapons or whatever will need some medical attention first to get the
Weapons?
crew.
No, we'd want engineering.
For example, weapons, engineering, shields. So you have the crews that are going to take care of their various tasks have workers that are currently in medical.
Yeah, because we got to get the plasma injector first. And can we do the sensors at the same time as the plasma injector?
Sensors you can do whenever.
I was going to suggest we could put the science team on the sensors.
Yep.
Yeah. So anything we can do concurrently, we will do concurrently.
So it looks like we need sensors and plasma injector to get the power up. We need the power up to get weapons and possibly impulse and maneuvering.
Yeah.
So need to focus on the plasma injector and sensors.
Let's focus on that and medical at the same time. Those 3.
Yep.
Well, we're going to be right at 3 hours.
Uh-huh.
Never
Well,
minding
of course,
the
we're going to be
20
right at
minutes
3
that have
hours.
already passed.
Of course, we're going to be at 3 hours. So let's get her done.
Ronnke mentioned though that if we had a better success, that it could cut down on the time.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Did my repairs thing update for everybody? I mean, is it showing all
I
the
can
good
see
stuff?
Yep, it's
Yeah,
showing.
it's live.
Okay, good.
So don't make
was-
sucky rolls.
So was that 15 minutes for medical in addition to the 20 minutes that we already had? Because she had 20 minutes with the medical stuff before we did this list.
Yes, you could do that concurrently. So you have three groups of 15 minutes.
Okay.
To get a crew or a team fully operational.
All right. So we're since we were at 20 minutes, then one team there should be a good group of people done and
Right.
back at their stations. So
Does
she's
that
into the
affect
second
the
group.
difficulty
Uh,
of the GM? So for
yes. So
example,
if you have a full crew doing their work, they will not be at penalties.
Good. Okay. So plasma injector should be the first focus.
Now, is there
Sensors
anything
simultaneous.
Is there anything we can do to get a bonus on these rolls?
Not that I can think of, unless you have something that you could suggest. But I will get a position roll from the doctor to get that first team to full strength.
Only thing I can think of is leadership, and that's just coordinating.
Ooh, success by 2.
Nice. Well done.
All right, so you will have one team. Let's assign teams to their tasks. Where is this team going to be going? Which system are they going to sort out?
Was it
Whoever
the
gets
plasma
done first
injector?
should probably be the plasma guys.
Yeah. If we're going by the list.
Can I do a leadership roll to give a bonus of +1?
Certainly. Actually,
Watch
that would
me.
be no leadership. That'll be fine.
Watch me critically fail this.
The captain falls apart.
You have one job.
No, captain
Woohoo!
handled himself
Success by
well.
4.
Success by 4. So you will. Anyone making rolls will be at a +1. So
I do have a question. Does getting the shields repaired for anything, does that require the plasma injector, sensors, and power up, or can we
no,
focus on that simultaneously?
that can be
Okay.
done simultaneously.
So I'm going to take that over and maybe work with, since science is going to work on sensors, I will coordinate with the shields team.
All right. So
Makes sense.
you have 3 teams. I guess those teams will be engineering, science, and engineering. 2 engineering and 1 science.
Sure. Yeah.
So team 2. Okay, of the medical teams, team 2 is going to be who? And team 3 is going to be who?
Make the sensors team 3. That one I think we'll have more time for.
And that will be science, right?
Yeah.
And then the other is probably just another engineering team.
And where will that team be?
I'm thinking probably the impulse and maneuvering, because we want to minimize that time as much as possible.
Impulse and maneuvering has to come after power.
Okay. Subspace comms. Maybe
All right.
they can be working on that and trying to get that repaired. Was like about to freak out. I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't know anybody could type on my note, and then I'm like, oh right, that's the GM doing that.
Okay, so two more physician rolls.
You will need to, but let's do this in sort of chronological order. So 20 minutes. You reported all the stuff. And I guess after that 20 minutes, you will have concurrently working. Actually, no. Everything starts from now. So yes, you can make your second team roll.
Success by 6.
By 7 with your +1.
Yes. They have a
Right,
pep in their step as they leave sickbay.
We'll do that. So you shave off 5% per success. So what's that? That's 60%, so halved. All right, so the team that's working on subspace comms will be at full strength by the time they start working at that. So, can I get a census roll from the science team? This will be represented by Darzen's roll. You get a +1.
No, I thought I had repair on there. Okay, well, I'm just going to roll off of the skill then. Sensors. All right, good roll.
Very good roll by 7.
All right, there are penalties. Let me just find that.
Yeah, that was what I was afraid of.
Right, I was
There you
gonna.
go.
I was considering taking extra time on that. I don't know that it's necessary though.
Well, extra time is going to factor into the roll automatically. So if you
Oh,
if you
doing it that
failed,
way. Carry on.
then it's just increasing the time. All right, so that roll is going to be made at a -2. So you succeed by 5.
5 up.
So that's 25% less.
15 minutes then.
Bah.
So after 35 minutes in our timeline, we will have sensors online. At this point, I'll get an mechanic warp drive. This will be at a penalty.
Is it a penalty? You said since he has the full team, there would be no penalties.
I'm just checking what the penalty is first.
No penalty for having less than a full team.
There won't be any penalty for having less than a full team.
So he just makes a mechanic.
To do a safe warp core shutdown, which takes 10 minutes, will be at a -2. So I'll get you to do a mechanic, I guess reactors if you have it. Otherwise, mechanic starship.
Is that my team?
That's your team.
So that's a safe. What are my other options besides a safe?
There are no other options other than safe.
Okay. So -2
-2, yes.
and mechanic for the reactor.
But he has the full team. I thought you said.
No, this is not. That's just penalties to do a warp core shutdown.
Okay.
Is
if there
it
was
reactor?
yes, reactor, mechanic reactor.
All right. Roll in.
Success
Rolled
by
a
3.
12. Success by 3.
All right. So after 10 minutes, the warp core less 15%. What's 15% of 10 minutes? Just say we'll round up. So after
3.5.
9, we'll say 8. Takes 8 minutes to do the safe warp core shutdown.
No, 4.5.
No, it's 15%. Succeed by 3.
Yeah, 15% of the 30 minutes would be 4.5.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, yeah.
10 minutes. I was right the first time. Wait, no, I wasn't.
Yeah,
Damn
this
it.
was the shutting down the warp core, 10 minutes, and then we have to let it cool for 1 hour.
Yes. And that can't be changed.
Can we like spray it with something? Residual heat removal system, core spray.
I would
safety
assume that
injection.
that's what you're going to be doing regardless.
What
Okay.
if science could help?
I guess if you can come up with some really nifty way of reversing the deflector array to tractor in some nebula stuff, then I'll allow a reduction in time
Oh,
by 10%. But you have to make it suitably tech jargonish.
You couldn't make a tractor thing because we have the power's out.
Well, this is true. So
Oh.
you can make
This
a
is not
general
D&D,
science.
dude.
You can make a general science roll, and if that is successful, you can shut down, or you can
Can I
somehow.
get credit for Commander Darzin's write up? I love it.
science. That was a shitty roll,
Ooh.
but he made it.
All right, so you will succeed. You'll knock 10% off that time, so 6 minutes. So cooling will take 54 minutes instead.
I think we can repurpose the auxiliary calorimetric diverters.
Let me bring.
Just so you know,
up
some of
this.
those words cause pain to my ears, but it sounds cool.
You're not a Trekkie, so you're not aware of what technobabble is.
No, I mean I get it. I can play the suspension of disbelief and go with it. But it I love it.
Is that not right?
Yeah,
There we go.
I've new age in Trek related RPG stuff, but I found an AI thing that will actually, you can ask it a question and it'll come up with the answer in technobabble. So I just asked it, how do you cool a warp core post shutdown?
Okay.
Oh, that was cool.
Give me 1 second. Stupid size modifier thing.
So what was the problem with the range marker?
The formatting of it. Oh, and if you unclick it, the sort of deselected color of the icon is very close to the color of the background, so it's hard to see. So, but it's still there, but it's just hard to see. That's all.
Guess I didn't notice.
Why did that not work? Maybe I have to do this. Are you seeing the map?
Yep.
Are you seeing big circles?
Nope.
Big circles. No.
I just see the Lexington.
Why do I see big circles? My apologies. All right. Disable the token. All right, there we go.
Well, what have you done?
2600 AU.
That's a long way.
Indeed.
All right, so your sensors are online. Science, can you please make a sensors roll?
I can and will. I had wondered if that shouldn't be in the science skill, but apparently it
Include
is
your
not.
+1?
Oh, well, I guess that might apply here as well.
Sure. Doesn't matter.
If it matters.
Just looking for a success.
Yeah, great.
An acceptably good roll.
Once your sensors come online, you will detect there are 3 D7 Klingon D7 battle cruisers right on the border, waiting for your inevitable arrival.
Okay, So
And you're saying that we're going to get there in hours?
3 hours. Well,
I'm going to call
less.
shenanigans on that. To cover 2600 AU using the TOS warp factor 0.9, that would take 20.57 days.
Zzz.
God. Clearly the scale is wrong.
The scale might actually be wrong.
all right. So we know that.
We got 20 days. We're fine, guys.
How much time have we cut off on that 3 hours now?
So we're up to
It'll be plus 82 minutes when the nacelle is cooled. That's 1 hour and 22 minutes.
Okay,
So we got another hour and a half, I think.
about.
Yep.
Okay, what else needs to be put back into full function now?
Well, we're still doing the simultaneous thing for the shields and the subspace comms, but I don't know who was. I don't think we have a PC who is working on the comms. That's just
No,
an engineering
but
thing.
if that takes the indicated amount of time or less, that'll actually be done before the nacelles are cooled.
There is the shields check. That's a pretty good one. By 7, I added the +1 for the captain's awesome leadership, and I used my repair.
all right. So in that concurrent time, you have managed to get the shield emitters realigned or recalibrated, and they are now operating at 100%.
All right, and so how much time did I cut off of that 30 minutes?
So success by 7, that would be 35%.
What the hell is 35% off of that? Ten and a half minutes? Is that right?
I will get the additional medical rolls to get those other teams working.
Success by 4.
And okay.
Success by 5.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting the +1.
I'm just doing what a good leader does.
All right, let's advance the time a little bit. And give you a new captain's log to read.
No, for my skills, I have Artificer level 3.
That's a talent, though, isn't it?
Or sorry, I'm sorry, talent.
No, I'm just
All
wondering
right.
if you did take that inventor wild card, that there might be some overlap.
I did take the inventor, but it only applies to like engineering type skills. It applies to all the engineering specialties and mathematics.
Okay,
So
so
mine,
specifically engineering.
yeah, inventor is at 16, and then the template that I took for chief engineer had me pick basically like 3. It had me pick like a drive, a warp drive, a
Yeah.
reactionless drive, and like 3 different categories,
All right,
and it just
so
made me really good at them.
at what
It's kind of a crappy
time
wild
is
card.
the nacelle cooled off at 82 minutes.
82 minutes.
So that is 1 hour 22 minutes.
Yeah, you said we had a total of 3 hours before
Yes.
the 20 minutes or
So-
after the 20 minutes?
So you've got adjust your that captain's log. You'll see there it says 1 hour 20 minutes.
Yep.
Adjust that to 1 hour 40 minutes.
Okay.
Or
You let me know when you
Yeah,
want
to
me
be
read
to
it.
be more exact, 1 hour 38 minutes.
All right. You tell me when you want me to read that.
Did
Is
we
it-
have 3 hours before the 20 minutes to figure out everything to the initial damage assessment, or was that 3 hours after that before when we passed the thing?
So that included the 3 hours. So 3 hours was the total time.
So
And then
after
you
the
spent 20
initial
minutes and then you did the sensors and all that sort of stuff.
Okay. So we had a total of 180 minutes before entering.
Right.
That sounds about right.
Vulcan, precise.
All right, so is there anything anyone is doing in the lead up to this next section? Anything specific besides the repairs that you're undertaking?
Do you want me to read this log entry?
Not just yet. I wanted to
Okay.
see if anyone wanted to do anything particular besides.
I can't do anything until, well, not really. Checking on people.
Okay, we've got. We don't have anybody working impulse maneuvering.
That has to be done after the power is restored.
Okay, that's not listed.
Sorry.
I think what we can do, and if it's not really kind of included in the times already, is start staging our equipment and gear and just making sure it's ready. Once we're ready to actually do the replacement or the repair, we have everything ready to go.
Do we need to make a roll on the comms, or you just gonna let the NPCs handle that? GM.
We'll just let NPCs handle that.
Okay, so if that comes out at 0, that should be 75 minutes. So it's before the cells, yeah. Right. So in that case, if we have comms online,
You
we
may
should
not,
probably.
because you don't have a full team when they start, so there's penalties. Let me just find out what their role's going to be.
Well, when the comms are online, if they are not at the 75-minute mark, then we need to put out a distress call first, and probably try to make contact with the Klingons and say that we're having a distress.
Klingons aren't going to care.
Well, no, not necessarily, but if we alert them to the fact that we are not intentionally coming at them, it's better than not saying that.
So we have the ability to communicate to the Klingons at this range.
Um,
I don't know what the range is on that.
you probably do, but you're almost keeping up with your own communication at warp 0.9.
So I will be instructing the communications officer to have a ready message to send to the Klingons, precisely what what Giger was outlining, just so we have that ready to send. However, I don't want to send it quite yet because I want those Klingons to be on their toes. And I have faith in my crew.
Their toes are on launch missile buttons.
Just going to roll off Manning's sheet. ignore what the skill says.
Well, you could just hide it.
Alright, so subspace communications will be online ahead of time. So 15% less from 75, whatever that works out to be.
Say that again?
About 10 less.
11.25.
All right, so you're at. It takes 64 minutes.
64.
So that means we would have been 2 hours out from the border at that point.
Send a message to Starbase 24.
So do we have the ability to send a message to Starbase? Because I asked that
do.
earlier about. Okay.
All right,
So
you will have, before the reading of the captain's log, you will have a message that you can send to Starbase 24, and you can also message the Klingons if they respond.
Your Klingon
And-
message could be back the F up.
So I will have a message sent to Starbase 24 commenting on our approach to the Klingon border and the reasons why, and that we are in good confidence to have our power systems restored before we cross into Klingon territory. As for the Klingons, we'll send a message saying that we are currently experiencing system difficulties. We have no intention of coming into Klingon space, and please acknowledge.
Your view screen comes to life, and you will see a Klingon officer in which version of the Klingons? Since this is the old series,
Yeah,
it has to be. It has to be the lame Klingons.
I don't know. I like the look of TNG and actually the movies plus, but I think I actually preferred the way the Klingons were portrayed in TOS.
Right.
They weren't, retarded bikers. Retarded Viking bikers.
Well, you'll see a Klingon officer, and he is smiling, and he says, "Captain, your situation is unfortunate. You will be easy prey. If you cross the border into Klingon territory, you will be destroyed." And the view screen goes out.
And Commander Lorian is going to raise an eyebrow and say, "Fascinating. I did not realize that Commander Crap had been reassigned."
And I look at everybody, and with my characteristic smile, I just say, "Oh, what a load of bollocks! We're not even going to come into that situation, are we now, Mr. Psylocke?"
He's totally like, "Little busy right now, sir."
Have any of the command staff visited engineering to get healed up?
Engineering or medical?
What?
Oh, sorry, not engineering. Medical.
I'm just down 1 hit point. I'm fine.
Guess I was
Yeah, I'm
treated on
down
the scene.
I'm down
Yeah.
2. I'm down
Darzin
2.
got treated.
Okay. So what more do we have to do? And when do you want me to read this update?
You sent a message to Starbase 24.
We did.
All right. Let's see. Starbase 24 will respond. They will inform you that 2 ships will be rerouted to your position to assist. And in classic Trek fashion, they should arrive roughly exactly as you sort of cross the you're due to cross the Klingon border.
Excellent. I am not going to communicate that to the Klingons.
I will leave it to Rigel to kindly pick 2 suitable TOS era ships that are en route to your position.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, actually, no.
Yeah, you do kind of need a random list, don't you?
Well, the problem is like, we automatically think about just giving them human or American names because, like, Enterprise, Lexington, stuff like that. But there really should be stuff like Shinzu and Moscow and, the T'Pol or, stuff like that.
So come up with some appropriate ships. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Okay. The Saval and I need a really the Budapest, whatever. However the hell you're officially supposed to pronounce it.
All right. So Starbase 24 will inform you. USS Saval and USS Budapest are en route to your position.
Acknowledged. Thank you, Starbase 24.
Commander Lorian will muse that he actually met Ambassador Saval before he passed.
And at this
He's
point,
a very old Vulcan.
you may read the captain's log.
Okay, here we go. Captain's log. Supplemental. We're now dead in space. The warp reactor has been shut down to effect emergency repairs to the starboard nacelle. Repairs to other systems are also proceeding as well as can be expected under the circumstances. We're still drifting at high sublight speeds toward the Klingon border. Our science officer tells us that at our current speed, we'll cross over into Klingon space in a little over an hour and 38 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I will get a roll from the science officer on sensors. So Lieutenant Commander Darzan, please roll
Gonna do
your
the thing.
sensors.
Doing the thing. Once again, a mediocre but successful roll.
A successful roll work. You will note that your position has taken you right between two nebulae. And you would note that if things get hairy, you would be able to use those nebula as something of a, cloaking, well, not cloaking, but make sensor contacts
Right.
difficult. You could use your environment to assist you,
He will.
e.g., Wrath of Khan style.
He'll do some quick study on those to see which one would be more suitable should the need arise.
Navigating the dust clouds will be a -1 on your pilot. However, it should give you significant bonuses to attempts to be unnoticed or lose them in the clouds. I won't tell you what those are just yet. They are both roughly equal in their thing, their bonuses and penalties.
Right.
Okay.
Where are we?
What are your plans at this point?
Injectors replaced. We still got to do power. 30 minutes for power.
If he had to actually make a check on the injector, it hasn't officially.
The
check has not been
injectors. Okay. So the repair of the injectors, which at this point you have full teams, will be at a -2 penalty. So, can I get an engineering roll for that, please?
Yep. I can do that. Just rolling on Inventor. Roll the 5. Margin crit.
Jeez. What is it? 5% per point, Ronnke?
Yes.
So
Well done,
55%. Wow.
Sweet.
So
There was
half
never
the
a good
time.
roll when we needed it.
More than half the time. 13
So it
minutes.
takes
12 minutes.
awesome.
We have a crackerjack engineer. Right. Now we need the power. Has to be something.
You have sensors online, so there's no penalties for power. And power will take 30 minutes.
Not if he rolls another roll like that, it won't.
All right, so you can make a roll on that, please.
Another, is it engineering?
Come on, FX. We know that we
Yes.
need another margin critical just to mock the GM.
Oh, success
Not
by
so
2.
close.
1 moment while I check the penalty. All right, so you have sensors online. There's no penalty there. You are at a penalty of -2.
So by 0.
So
So
you
it
will take
does
a
take
full 30 minutes.
Right.
Close.
So after that, we have the impulse and maneuvering, and the weapons can also be restored at the same time.
Okay. So for weapons, that will take, I think it's an armory roll.
Really?
I believe so.
Okay, what do I have? Yeah. I have heavy weapons and small arms. I don't think that's either of those. What are the other armory options?
Vehicle weapons. If you have an appropriate engineering or mechanic, I'll accept that too.
I do not. Okay,
This will
I
be
see.
at
If it's engineering, I have the wild card skill.
Yeah, but you're going to be focusing on the impulse and maneuvering.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Can you make armory checks against, default to one another? I can't remember.
you can.
Let's see. Where is that? That's basic 178. All right. What is this stuff default to? Vehicular.
Defaults
Default to
to
one another.
IQ -5
-4.
or engineering -4.
But above TL4, there's no default between armor specialities dealing with armor and armory. Okay, that's so it's -4, -3 with the captain's check. So well, I can try, and I hit the wrong button. Fail by 3.
All right, so that will increase time by 1 will be 2 times, 2 will be 4 times
8.
8. So it's going to take 8 times as long. So what's
Fortunately, that was a short one.
120
2 hours?
minutes. Yeah, weapons are not going to be. Good lord, weapons aren't going to be up. Yeah, because if we had 180 minutes before we hit into the neutral zone, it'd be 244 minutes when the weapons are finally restored.
all right? So weapons will take a while. You're probably going to be without weapons.
Not great.
You will rely on your backup.
Run like hell.
All right, well, much will depend on when impulse and maneuvering comes online.
Oh my god! Yeah, I just
Okay.
noticed. Oh my goodness! Yeah, if he gets it by success by 0, we're going to be in the neutral zone when the engines are brought back online.
All right, so impulse and
Yeah.
propulsion. You have a full crew on that. You are at a penalty of 3 to repair them. The time is 60 minutes.
So it's going to be -2 because of the +1 from Captain Ramius.
Correct. So
We need,
make a
we
roll.
need another margin crit.
All right. -3.
-2.
And,
-2 overall.
-3
sorry.
+1.
Okay, hold on. -2, and then I'm sorry. What skill did you say this was?
Engineering.
Was it the
Engineering.
thrusters you said?
This is your
The
thrusters,
impulse
yes.
strikes? Impulse.
Impulse and maneuvering
Uh,
thrusters.
Can anybody else help with that?
I guess we can do an assist.
Nobody's busy.
We can get science to assist.
Sure.
Yeah,
We're not
come
doing
back.
anything at the time.
Actually, you do need to have sensors online for this. So yes, I'll
do.
give you an assist with sensors.
Oh, right. Gotcha. Then I shall attempt to assist. I have successfully assisted.
So you'll be at a
Nice.
-1 penalty.
We need a margin crit there, FX.
Yeah.
Don't do like me and roll like crap.
All right, let me roll.
There you go.
Success by 7.
So 35%.
So that should have been 60 minutes, but it's times 35%, which becomes 21 minutes shaved off. That is really good.
Cool.
39 minutes. Excellent. So that's plus 1, 2, 4. So 163 minutes. We still have not quite 20 minutes before we would pass the border when we get everything except weapons restored.
It's cutting it a bit close, isn't it?
20 minutes? That's plenty of time. I was expecting it to be like 178 or 179 minutes. And good old, Captain Crap, son of Kink, is like, blast. Another one sneaks away.
All right. Once it becomes clear that you are beginning to maneuver, you will see the trio of D7 cruisers begin to move, and they cross the border.
Now, are they in the
Immediately
neutral zone? Are they in the neutral zone?
They are on the border. So I guess this is the you're in the neutral zone.
Right. So they're entering into the neutral zone.
Correct.
Yes, they're being bad.
And they should be able to detect at least 2 Starfleet vessels on rapid high warp approach to this location.
Why is it not moving?
I was totally going to do that, Notch. I saw that. I'm like,
Yeah, I want to know what our responsibilities are.
Unfortunately, I'm busy trying to get these stupid lasers or phasers to work.
I want to know what is the law on being in the neutral zone together. What's the rules of engagement?
Well, they just made a move of aggression.
Well, I need to know if we can coexist in the neutral zone.
Well, legally, no one should be entering the neutral zone. So you being here is not legit, but I guess you have legitimate reason for that. However, them crossing into the neutral zone aggressively would definitely be a violation, and you can engage in the neutral zone.
No, we can't. We don't have any weapons. The weapon systems are still down.
Well, legally.
How long does it take for the warp drive to, or the warp core to come back online, or is it already online? Because if it's
Okay.
already online, we can just like show them our butt and warp out of here.
You wish it was that simple.
I
Let me
do.
just check.
And I think I was up from my computer and my headset wasn't on. I heard something about clouds.
Yeah, we got a couple of nebula there showing on the map, so we have potential screen if we need to bail.
Well, it depends. It's going to depend on how the clouds work in this case. Because if it's like I'm trying to remember what it was called in Star Trek 2, Mutara Nebula, I think, where it's like shields are useless and so are the sensors. Guess we could hide in there until the stupid weapons are restored.
Darzan analyzed it, and we were under the impression that it was just going to mask sensors.
Gotcha.
GM didn't say anything else.
All right. So during this time, in the repair period, Captain Ramus, you will receive a call from the chief doctor of the medical mission, reporting, Captain, I have some unsettling news. We have investigated the medical supplies, and
Yes.
it appears that during the incident, a portion of the containers holding the Dargonite were not properly secured, and a supply of the drug has been destroyed.
Okay, that's unfortunate. You said to me earlier that you could synthesize additional serums. Is that something we can help you with?
Certainly, I would need the assistance of your ship's doctor.
Very well. Then you will have it. And I will have Dr. Jones assist you in every capacity.
Thank you, Captain.
So real quick, I put a note in chat, but during like the latter part of the repairs, Dr. Jones will visit the command staff and make sure everybody's healed up. Play some house calls.
All right. Command staff, there's 3 injured, so you can make 3 physician or first aid rolls. And on a success, you will heal a d6 plus 1. Actually, on a success, you will heal everyone.
How is she healing it? Is it like drugs?
It'd be
Probably.
like,
Like the little hypo spray thing.
Okay, stand by. I have to check something.
but
Thank
it
you,
equates
Doctor.
to a d6 plus 1.
Thank you, Doctor.
Normal effect. Shiny.
All right, so you will all be fully healed.
Oh, okay.
Somebody's really healed.
I was going to say, does she have a wild card medical skill?
No.
Okay. Does she have anything other than human as far as skill, physiology specifications?
Yes, it was one that was added by the template. And I think it's got like modifiers. So if it's similar, hang on, let me pull up the skills.
Right.
So similar is -2 to -4, very different -5, utterly alien -6 or worse, GM's option.
Yeah, so if you had, I'm assuming that if you actually had Vulcan, you would know whether or not the drugs would work on him and use the ones that are appropriate. I'm wondering how that affects the unusual biochemistry part of that, whether you have to bother rolling in that case. But it's kind of a side note.
Yeah, that is probably something that, you know, when she does the scan on Commander Lorian, if she hasn't already noticed, she's going to be like, "What? That's odd."
Just for meta, to synthesize the extra drug, by the time, assuming that you don't get exploded, by the time you reach the colony, about half of the destroyed supply will have been replaced, not the full.
Okay.
Unless she rolls really well on whatever it is her skill is she uses to synthesize it.
No, now you've jinxed me. I do have
I
this
kind of
science
have,
wild
yeah.
card.
All right, so the doctor will come into medical with one of the cargo containers, which was holding the Dargonite. She will say to you, well, she'll show you the destroyed drug supply, and she'll say, this is a little alarming, but prior to our departure, I personally had checked the supplies to make sure everything was stored correctly, but it appears that this sample has been tampered with.
Tampered with.
Well, the
how?
container has been tampered with. The Dargonite should have been in these, and she'll point out, these little fasteners, but the fasteners were unclipped. They were not properly secured. So during the incident, they have bounced around in a container and been destroyed.
And when was the last time you checked this and it was all right?
This was prior to our departure.
Okay. GM question. I know there was some talk about us having like a command staff meeting where we hear that there may have been some possible sabotage. Did that actually
Yeah.
happen, or did?
That happened, yes.
Okay. So with this and knowing what happened to the engine, Michael is going to contact the captain and ask him to join her in sickbay.
Very well, Doctor. And as he's leaving, he turns to the comms officer and says, send a message to Starbase 24, advise them about the Klingons entering into the neutral zone. And Commander Lorian, you have the comm.
I have the con eye.
All right, so you
I'll
will
head to
convene
sickbay.
in sickbay.
Yes.
You will see in sickbay Commander Myra or Commander Kalev, along with the Dr. Jones. They are holding one of the small containers that was transporting the Dargonite drug.
What's happening?
So Dr. Jones will point to the container that was holding the drugs, and she'll say, Commander Kalev, tell Captain what you just told me.
Well, after we took care of all the injured, I began inspecting the supplies, and I found that, as you know, some of our supply have been destroyed. I looked in these containers, and while I guess it's possible, I find it very unlikely that all these securing straps would have come loose during the incident. Perhaps maybe one or two per container, but not all of them, and in several containers. I believe this was deliberate. I personally checked on everything prior to our departure from Starbase 24, and everything was in order.
I appreciate your bringing this forward. Okay. Very well. Do what you can to synthesize additional medicines. Secure your work. We will put security in your location and ensure that your materials are watched around the clock.
Damn it, I'm on the bridge.
Thank you, Captain. Unfortunately, even with the help of your doctor here, I do not think we'll be able to synthesize enough of the drug to treat the entire colony.
Very well. I will relay that to Starbase 24.
Aye, Captain.
At this point, I will ask for the science officer to join me in the conference room, as well as Mr. Psylocke.
All right. You can convene this meeting.
Captain, if I suggest, we should probably put security on the containers that still remain so we don't possibly lose more medicine.
Yeah, we're going to put security all over the medical team there. So it's looking more and more like we have the workings of a saboteur. Mr. Psylocke, did you notice anything strange about how that plasma injector was damaged?
Mr. Psylocke, you will have a report. You will know that 2 of the power conduits were cross-connected in one of the Jeffrey tubes. The only way that this could have possibly happened is if someone had deliberately disconnected the couplings and then reconnected them incorrectly in order for them to be in the manner they are.
Okay. Captain, the 2 of the power conduits were cross-connected in the Jeffrey tubes. The only way this could have happened is if somebody did it. The logical conclusion is that we have somebody on board the ship who's attempting to sabotage the mission.
Science officer.
Sir.
I want you to search the ship's records. I want you to find out if anyone on the medical team assigned to go to the planet has the skill base or a background that would allow them to sabotage our engineering. And in a like mind, look at our own personnel. And has anyone come aboard specifically for this mission in recent weeks that we are not maybe aware of who replaced someone, perhaps in the ship's crew?
Who is at this meeting?
There's Science Officer Darzin, there's Psylocke, and Dr. Jones.
Okay.
And we won't speak of this to anyone. We'll keep it to ourselves.
Aye, sir. I'll get right on it.
An excellent suggestion, Captain.
If someone has investigation as a skill, I guess you could roll that.
Not a
That's not-
skill.
That's a wild card. Oh, yeah.
What's
I've
the
got
skill?
research, but that's it.
What would
The only
what would
thing-
be another skill that would be useful in that case?
I was going to suggest that Psylocke has photographic memory. I'm wondering if maybe he saw or read some report or a record or something that maybe now makes sense or puts a clue together.
This
Sure.
would this would not be the
Grasping for
case.
straws. No, okay.
Um,
And I realize this isn't the original series, so I won't push it at all, except to ask, what sort of surveillance do we have on the ship to watch all sectors?
I don't know if you have any surveillance.
I would think he'd probably have some.
Well, if they did in the original series, they would have been able to see the two Kirks in moving around at the same time.
I'm feeling like that Trouble with Tribbles episode may have involved some security cameras, but I don't remember that very well. Or not the Trouble with Tribbles, the DS9 one.
There's a skill, I can't remember it off the top of my head, that investigator includes.
Well,
Forensic?
investigator includes a lot of skills. You'd have to be more specific.
It's like forensics. There's
Intelligence
an actual
analysis.
there's a skill
Okay.
for investigating a crime scene.
Investigator, criminology,
Yeah,
surveillance,
Criminology or
forensics,
forensics.
intelligence analysis, interrogation, photography, research, and shadowing.
I will
So
allow
nearest thing would probably be intel analysis.
I will allow an intelligence analysis roll from anyone that has that skill, that is present in the meeting.
I do have it. I will use it. I will use it well.
You will come to the logical conclusion that the saboteur is unlikely to be a member of the crew. Your crew have been reliable, and there's been no such incidents like this in the history. The only additions to the ship in recent time is the medical team that you are transporting. It is possible that the saboteur is most likely amongst one of those members.
On the other hand, these medical teams, whoever it was, would have to have had some engineering ability as well. So that might narrow it down. How many of these additional do we have?
I think the number was 26 or something like that.
Okay,
Yeah, there was a number of docs, a number of nurses, and
couple of
10
dozen.
orderlies. Something like that.
You have...
right. Well, let's start running them through the ringer and see if anybody has been unaccounted for at any time.
You have 26 people, 6 doctors, 10 nurses, and 10 orderlies.
Again, I would say look in their personal records and look for a history. Perhaps there's something there.
Are you going to report this to Dr. Caleb?
No. We are not going to report this to Dr. Caleb. We are going to report to Starbase 24 that we are trying to reproduce the serum because of some damages to the serum. And we have 3 Klingon warbirds in the neutral zone. And we'd really like those ships to arrive as soon as possible.
Birds of prey. Warbirds are Romulan.
Okay.
Everybody's
At
like,
this
shut up,
point-
nerd.
Well, these are D7
What?
cruisers.
Once we break off
Birds of prey.
and Darzan starts to deal with that situation, what I am going to do is use wild talent, and Darzan is going to recall Dalis's espionage background and basically use tradecraft.
Okay.
Dallas will make it by 6 on the roll to pick out who's the saboteur, most likely saboteur, or within probabilities. As far as their occupation and how long they've been doing it, and who's the most likely to have been influenced outside.
You're
That is
looking.
assuming that we have records on these people.
You are looking through records, and I guess you have time to get some statements, perhaps, from some people. You will determine that almost the entire medical team has a solid alibi, or at least their records are clean or don't raise any Vulcan eyebrows. There is an orderly by the name of Kylie Huntsley. That seems to be a recent addition to the team. And there is also another, a Dr. Dourap, which is an older woman, which has a little bit of a grey background.
Right. Well, I'll take images of those 2 and start going around, seeing if engineering personnel have seen them in places they weren't meant to be, and the cargo bay and yada yada yada.
Okay. You'll begin to do your investigations, and you will learn almost when we get up to the time of the, I think it's the impulse engines are restored. You will find out that Dr. Dourap, she is currently in the cargo bay assisting Commander or Dr. Kalev. The other person, Kylie Huntsley, she is not in her quarters and has not been seen since the incident.
Mm-hmm.
And just because it is obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Aha.
This one has a picture. She must be it. All right. I guess that means he has made discreet inquiries and has discovered that she was in fact missing. Okay, we need to find her then.
All right, so this will occur at just about the same time that you get engines online and the Klingons cross the border.
Apparently we need to get some security personnel looking for her then. We're going to be busy shortly.
If somebody's already spaced her, I'm going to be very, very disappointed.
Well, considering no one has bothered to inform security or the XO about any of this.
Well, I was about to
Well,
say, I believe the XO
hold-
is in charge of security.
Hold your horses there. So, because after that meeting's done, I would have come back to the bridge to say, I'm taking the con, and here's what you need to know.
And the
Sometime
commander,
after that.
yeah, so he's not going. Crap. I guess this explains why the weapons are taking so long to get repaired, because he's going to have to tell the team to, well, do the best you can, because there's no way he's going to just let the science officer run around and do freaking security stuff. Needs to track him down and pointedly remind him that this is security business, Lieutenant Commander. You do not conduct it by yourself.
And when Lorian is talking to Darzin in that moment, he feels like he's a different person somehow.
Irrelevant. You do not do this by yourself. Am I clear?
What specifically?
Conducting a security investigation aboard the ship.
Well, I was directed by the captain to do so.
And I will be having words with the captain after this.
Very well.
Right. So, you have been conducting an investigation. What have you learned? Then once we get
Down
the
list of...
once we get the name of the person, we will definitely do a shipboard scan for biometrics. You know,
I guess we can do that.
computer, what is the location of, well, I don't know what her rank is. Can't see her see her
I
arms.
forgot about that. Right. Well, anyway, yeah. So security needs to get at the sensors to handle that. In the meantime, we're about to get jumped.
All right.
Yep.
Commander Salak, you will have one of your engineering crew report. Repairs are complete. We can start the restart of the warp reactor. Salak, you would know that by the book, the restart takes exactly 34 minutes.
So the plasma injector has been repaired. replaced?
All things have been repaired except for weapon systems.
Awesome. I want to
And-
have my crew, anybody that I have extra, do a double check on all the systems. Like just do another check. But I
Okay.
will report to the captain that the repairs are completed and we are ready to restart.
Make it so.
Engage.
All right. So you will have 34 minutes. You may make a roll. I will let you take penalties to shave 34 minutes, shave time off that 34 minutes.
What's the role going to be against? Is it the reactor, mechanical for the reactor?
Yes, it'll be mechanic reactor.
Okay. And then this time you're not letting us incorporate that automatically into the role. I have to decide it up front. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because a technical by the book restart takes 34 minutes.
Okay.
So you're going to be
I will
doing this
be
not by
making
the
that
book.
decision on my
Well-
own, so I will inform the captain. Captain, this will take us 34 minutes to complete. However, I do believe that I may be able to shave some time, but it does carry risks.
Well,
That instead of saving time, it may actually take us longer. I believe that I have well, I guess you'd have to tell me how quickly to do it, but I have a 84.39% chance of success.
then do it. Do it.
Okay.
All right, so
So I'm thinking I might go for a -2 penalty. That still gives me a really high success.
let me just check the extra, doing
But
it
I could
faster
go
thing.
riskier.
I just want to be sure on this.
Is there any other penalties, Ronnke, besides the time?
Okay, so doing things in haste is -1 per 10% less time taken. Up to a maximum 90%. On a failed roll, the extra time modifiers will apply. So you choose how long you're going to shave off that extra time. So if you say do it in 50% time, that means it'll take 17 minutes. But if you fail by 1, then it takes 34 minutes. If you fail by 2, it'll take 4 times as long, and so on.
You said it was -1 per 10%?
Per 10%.
Yeah, he's going to go with a -2 for a 20%. That's, his logical brain. That's like the biggest bang for the buck, unless the captain
And
wants to go for a bigger risk.
just for the record, space combat turns will be, I think they are 20-minute turns.
So
At
this
this
is
point.
34 minutes. If I shave off 20%, that's like 6-7 minutes.
So you're going to be at least 1 turn of space combat. / maneuvering / whatever you want to do.
All right, Captain. So what do you want to do, Captain? Does that sound?
I said, make it so.
Make it so. Make it so. Make it so high. Okay. So -2. Rolling.
So that would take 20% off.
And I rolled an 8, success by 7.
You could have taken heaps more off.
Yeah, but I could have rolled a 15.
All right, so that's 20% off. What's 20% of 34 minutes?
6.8.
So I'll just make it 7. So
27.
27 minutes. So you will have to endure 2 turns of space combat before you can warp out of there. Or during your second turn, you could warp out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, because the weapons team has not gotten their crap together, clearly there's going to be some reshuffling of my character in a couple areas.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to happen to a lot of them.
All right, so let me just quickly bring up the space combat. We're just going to handle this very basic because we are at time.
Well, we started an hour late almost.
This is weird.
I was going to ask, did we make the radar image?
No, I didn't get around to that.
Yeah, I
Spaceships.
don't know if you ever see anything like that on TOS. They always just throw the stuff up there on the view screen.
Yeah, you can see that Spock is looking into his little sensor shield thing, and more than likely it's just a typical round
Yeah, but
radar display.
he's not going to be seeing that. It's technically, honestly, I think it's really TOS is really weird about who fires the weapons.
Well, no, I'm just talking about for our purposes for a space combat diagram, not necessarily an actual representation of what one sees.
All right, so your space combat turns are 10 minutes, not 20 minutes.
I was going to say, I thought it was 10.
Okay, so we have tasks. You have command tasks. That can be a leadership role, which will give you a +1 to skill rolls of subordinates. You have a you can attempt to motivate a single subordinate by rolling ship handling to give them a +1 on their tasks. You can do a ship handling task. The advantage of that is you can tell the pilot what to do.
You totally didn't bring over those notes, did you?
No, I didn't.
So, if I roll ship
And you
handling,
have space tactics task, which you can give a bonus to reduce your target's dodge. In this case,
That's just a
not.
tactics check, right?
That's just tactics, yes.
Right. I will probably do that since the XO can do that. And I have a 14 in tactics. I will leave the ship handling and or leadership to Captain Ramius.
all right. So I can do the ship handling roll. I can do a leadership roll.
Okay, I'll get you to. Let me see. So leadership will allow you to give a +1 bonus to spaces that are not performing tasks.
Okay.
Like the actual main tasks. So if you have security, for example, looking for your saboteur, it also gives you a bonus on morale.
Whereas with ship handling, I can give one person a bonus.
with ship handling, you can motivate a crewman to give a bonus to their task.
Probably
Or
want to do that with the pilot to increase our dodge.
Okay. I will make a ship handling to assist. We haven't come under attack yet, have we?
no, well, you are under attack.
I see. Okay. Then I'll do a ship handling to give that pilot a bonus. And I will give leadership to assist in the search of the saboteur.
Well, you can
It's
only.
going to be
That's 2
multitask.
tasks, so that means you are a -2 penalty on both of your rolls.
I see. I see. All right. Well, let's just do the one for the pilot then.
All right, so you motivate the crewman. You give a speech or something of the Ramus maneuver. So he will get a +1. The tactics.
Yeah, I was trying to find something really quick. Let's see. So he's going to and be instructing them. It's like, doing the down 230 Mark 2 go, and success by 3 on the tactics check.
All right, so I assume that you want to turn that into a defensive bonus for yourself.
I
so
do, yeah.
+1 to your dodge. So you can either reduce a target's dodge or increase
well, in
your
this
dodge.
case, it only makes sense for us to increase ours since we can't shoot back.
All right. You then have engineering tasks.
Yeah, I'd like to, if I'm looking at the rules for the spaceship combat, I'd like to do
Yep.
an emergency thrust, which doubles our acceleration. I mean, that's pretty
Okay.
much the only thing that I think I can do that's worthwhile.
All right. You have a navigation task which will be performed by your navigator, which is Weldon.
We have a separate navigator.
Yes.
Yeah, they tend to, if you remember, Chekhov is generally the navigator while Sulu is the
Right.
helmsman.
Yeah, that's right.
So what would you want your navigator to be doing?
Tactical navigation.
All right, so he will be assisting the pilot to give a pilot +1 to skill. You have sensor tasks.
I'm going to assume sensor analysis.
Okay. So you have 2 choices there. Is it engineering analysis and bioanalysis?
This is going to be engineering. So we got +3 for a 10-minute turn and +3 for a multi-scanner, which I assume is true here. This is TL12 after all. So +6 total. I don't know what that gets us, but we're going to do it anyway. And that was going to be electronic ops. Sensor, go. And I rolled a crit.
Nice.
So,
holy crap, by 16.
Yeah.
Well done.
All right, so success by 5+.
I don't know what I spotted, but I spotted it.
Will detect weak points in the hull that could be targeted.
I guess in this case, what we're really looking for is some kind of blind spot where we can catch him off guard and get clear, seeing as we can't, attack.
Let's say, let's equate that to either a plus to the pilot skill roll or a plus to dodge. Put yourself into a position where they're unable to target properly.
Yeah.
Which would you choose?
Dodge. I think we got enough headed toward the pilot at this point.
All right, so pilot tasks. What would you like them to do? I guess move maneuver is the only one.
Mm-hmm.
Don't they have evasive maneuvers?
Evasive action is one of the move maneuvers. You can close, distance, or evasive.
I think we definitely want evasive.
Yep, I would say so.
So evasive action.
Pilot maneuver, evasive action. Let's accelerate fast. Yep, that's fine. You don't make any skill rolls now, but until your next turn, you will add twice your acceleration bonus to any quick contest made to avoid an opponent closing on you. You also get a +1 to dodge.
All right, so at this point you have +3 to dodge.
Shiny.
Yeah, and I think once I get the roll for the emergency thrust, you get to double your acceleration, and that gives you a bonus to dodge as well.
Yeah. So we will be quite slippery.
Are we on a standard scale encounter?
Yes, 10 minutes. All right,
And I'm
so
look-
their first maneuver is to close on you.
Did you want me to roll? Because I didn't get a chance to roll. Right? Or
Oh, yes, please roll.
Shouldn't have
I
said
mean,
anything.
unless-
Should just assumed we succeeded.
Oh, okay, it's fine.
All
I
right,
mean,
so we have
do
a
you want me to roll or
contest.
not?
Yes, please roll.
It says roll against the repair skill. So that would be this one. So success by 7.
All right, so that will give you.
It says it doubles the acceleration. A high doubles the wait. I'm looking at page 52. Emergency thrust.
All right, so you get a +2.
A +2 for every like 0.1 G.
So we'll just say a +2 because they have exactly the same as you.
Okay.
All right, so they're choosing closing. They intend to close on your position. They get a +3 on their pilot skill, but they cannot dodge or anything like that.
Not that they need to.
They know that your weapon systems are offline. All right, so first thing is contest of your pilot skills. With all the appropriate bonuses applied.
Yeah, who's doing it?
I'll roll off Thingo's thing.
You know, that would be, I don't know how you would do it, but that would be a nice thing to have on the vehicle sheet, is operators and their skills.
Okay, so
That's a great idea.
what bonuses did your things give? You gave one to piloting from the encouragement. Was there any others to piloting? +2 from the engineering, I think it was. Is that right?
Yeah.
So that's +3. So succeed by 7.
Which breaks even.
Result of a contest. Is what happens on a tie?
Does closing require a win?
If you succeed and not engaged. All right. We'll just say
Yes. Success requires winning a quick contest. He did not win.
he did not win, so that means your Klingon opponents have advantaged position. I should probably roll for each Klingon.
But they didn't succeed.
Oh, okay.
So we just barely managed to keep him out of advantage.
One Klingon is in advantage position. I think you had move 6. So move your ship 6 hexes anywhere you want.
Well, I would say we'd like to move it back towards that nebula to the south of us.
So move yourself. You should be able to move it. Someone move it.
Can't seem to grab it.
We do not have access.
You have you have +1 handling. So your pilot was at a further +1. So that doesn't make a difference because they do as well.
Why is the Lex on the tracker twice?
It shouldn't be. There you go. All right, let's do the next turn.
Well, I will assist that pilot again.
Yep. Same. I'm very much in the what is it? Come about the 133 Mark 59. Go.
All right, make your rolls.
Success by 4.
Shame the dock doesn't have anything to do with space combat. But that's always how that works.
Okay.
Well,
So
I would normally be shooting somebody.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say she could take over for the pilot, but I don't know if we want Mel rolling for the pilot.
this
Why ever
is
We're like, how did we hit a star? There aren't any stars within like 6 AU, and you hit a star.
so we've got two of the Klingon ships are going to be closing again. One is in a position to attack. And I think that is a move and attack maneuver.
Move and attack. I don't think there's such a thing in stars or spaceships.
Or aim and attack.
You're talking about the gunnery thing?
Yes, the gunnery task.
Yeah, I don't know if you get. Let me see.
Yeah, so it's aim and attack. This is for the Klingons. But they need to be advantaged to be able to do it.
Right. Yep. After this, Commander Lorian is going to be like some wall-to-wall counseling with the weapons team for them futzing up as hard as they did.
All right, so pilot rolls to contest of pilot with all the same bonuses. All right. We will actually. I'll get Mel to actually take over the roles for your pilot.
Mhm.
Great. Well, you said we had 2 rounds, and then we can activate warp drive, right?
Yes.
So
Oh,
we
sorry,
can
3
only-
rounds. Because it was taking you 26 minutes or something, 20 something minutes. No, 23 minutes.
So I don't have a piloting skill.
Roll, open the characters thing, and you should see Ensign Manning roll off his sheet.
Welcome to the crew, Ensign Manning. What the hell kind of name is Weldon? It's a first name.
And he has any assists?
Bloody humans.
He has +1 from the captain. You get +1 from the ship. Actually, ignore the +1 from the ship because the bad guys have it.
I gave the tactics thing. Does that not increase?
You're doing that for
No,
dodge.
that's to dodge, right?
There it is.
See? Oh my lord! Come on, Mel. You're killing us here.
Yes.
Literally.
All right, so
Point of order there later, Ronnke, is you're going to need to remove Ensign Welding or whatever the heck his name is, because we are totally going to fire him. No, wait, this is
Just
the
changes the
Andorian.
name.
But this is the Andorian who's flying.
yeah,
not
this is the
guy.
Andorian.
Even still, he's fired. They determined that the makeup was too difficult, so they make Ensign, what's his name here, to be our permanent pilot guy. You're right. Ronnke knew exactly what he was doing there. We're about to get all shot up with our shields.
All right, so all the Klingons are now in advantage position. So next turn they can all fire. At this point, only one can fire. I will just roll gunnery.
Well, we only needed 2 turns to get out of it.
So I guess we've got a frickin' dodge of 8. Is that right? No, it's half plus 3, right?
Is that not on there?
That
No,
is
no,
correct.
So that's 10. Wow, we've got an 11. That's
Actually, I think
surprise.
you get to add the handling to the dodge. Maybe.
Oh, not a +3. It's add the handling.
Yeah,
Oh, so it's half plus handling, not half plus 3.
correct.
Okay, so what's our handling?
1.
That's not great then. So we got a 9, which is not
Well,
as bad as it could be.
All right, so you will see that the Klingon cruiser is charging up its main disruptor. It begins to glow and then fires.
Right. So what are the what's the turn length in this?
10.
Okay, so that means this is going to be the dodge is going to be half plus 3 for 10-minute turns plus 1 for defense tactics. So that's 11. We took the evasive action maneuver, right?
yeah.
So that's 12. Does this thing have a defense? I'm looking on page 60 of Spaceships, by the way. Does this boat have defensive ECM? Probably not.
I think it actually does. Hang on.
Well, if it does, it's not on the record.
Yeah, I actually agree. Is this the vehicles thing just a default, or is that
This
something
is
that
taken from the Prime Directive stats.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean the UE in or UI or whatever, however you're supposed to say that in Fantasy Grounds, because Giger made a great idea about, oh, hey, I didn't notice we have systems in combat, about actually putting people's stations on this somehow and effective skills. And I'm thinking that would be a great idea.
That would be useful.
4 photon
No, I think
torpedo tubes, 80x. What is
I think
80x?
the Traveler one had that, didn't it?
They just do straight 80 points of damage, explosive.
That is wildly inaccurate. If you get nailed by a photon torpedo in toss, you're done. Whatever.
Well, that's according to the stats in Prime Directive. Might change that later.
We have definitely determined is flat out wrong in a lot of places. Their Vulcan template kind of irks me. Right, yeah. So I guess Mel needs to roll off of a 12 for dodge. Can you make up for that 17? Or are you going to roll an 18 on it?
I'm going for an
cause
18.
Cause the engine to fail.
What if she
Okay,
rolled like a
so
4?
all right, hang on. I don't think I have the ship open.
Well, in this case, you just roll 3d6. Need to roll under 12. Doesn't look like you can actually roll off of the ship yet, because it's still listed as in development, which means Ronnke's been slacking off. Nope. Looks like
14.
we got hit. Entire set shakes.
Does that critical failure that she rolled include the +1 for handling on the ship and the +1 for our assist rolls?
Well, he told me not to do the +1 for handling because they have the +1 for handling.
I don't know why he said that.
Well-
He's wrong.
That was for the contest.
That's for the contest.
But still, it's a 17. So
Yeah, it's a critical
even
failure.
with the
Well-
with the bonus, I think at best she could have gotten a 16 on that effective skill, which would have still been a crit fail.
Well, it's not
No,
a crit fail because it's a contest,
talking about
so
the
it doesn't
dodge.
matter. Or are you
Oh,
talking
right,
about dodge?
yeah. You're right. No. We're talking about the crit fail. You're right. I completely forgot that was my mistake.
Right.
Your fault.
So we failed to dodge.
How much damage do we take?
Okay, so
Yeah,
you
where are
take
the shields on the
40.
sheet?
Your shields are DR 450.
Oh, okay, that's how that goes.
Alright, so the damage. I think that's 2 hits on you.
Surprised the disruptors aren't like sort of like the phaser banks here.
Yeah, the disruptors do 40 plus 2d6.
40 plus 2d6. That's odd.
That is a bit weird.
It is weird.
That's really weird because that means it can't do more, or it does less than the phaser that we have.
The phasers do 3d66 times 3.
Yeah. So the max that the disruptors can do apparently is 52. So you're talking the max the phaser can do is 108. And if someone's going to say that Starfleet weapons do less damage than Klingon weapons, I'm definitely going to call shenanigans.
We might have to revisit that.
I would probably recommend just using what the phaser is here, where it's like you do 60 times 3 burn, and then figure out what they properly should be.
Okay, so number of shots. What's the recoil on these? Is it 1? No, recoil is 2. So that would be 3 hits.
Yeah, but did you take range and all that stuff in there? Is that actual? Is that the actual succeed by?
That's determined by the turn. And the range is short. Where's the range table?
Range table, 57.
You said
That,
this came from Prime Directive, these weapons?
Yes.
standard scale close, you said?
Yes.
Or short?
Short.
Actually, it doesn't say what the penalties are.
Yeah, I was trying to find that. Oh, here we go. Close is -8. Okay, ship size modifier is 12.
Uh-huh.
So 12 -8, so get +4. Succeed by 5. So that's quite a number of hits. Alright, so your ship will suffer. And we'll just do it like this.
Yeah, it's going to be an average of 60 points, I think.
Which isn't going to get through the shields. But I don't know what
But
the
it'll eat them down.
ablative. I don't know what the how the ablative works in this case.
I think it's every 10 points that gets through,
Okay.
depletes by 1. So 16
By
times 3.
1? By
Some-
1?
Something like that, yeah.
Jeez, that'll take forever.
That was a shitty damage roll.
Yeah, well, he didn't multiply it by anything. It
So
probably
by
should
3.
be like times 3.
So that's 30 plus 18, 48. 480.
What?
Is that right? 48.
What? No,
48.
it's 60 times 3. Yeah, which is still a pretty crappy roll. But then, you looking at it, there's 3 1s in there.
Mm-hmm.
And the overall succeed was by 9. So that is how many hits? 1 for success. So that's 5 hits. 5 hits doing 48 damage. We need a shield hit points. I'll do that as fatigue. Damn, I don't actually have fatigue.
It's fine. That's not going to do enough damage to really be troublesome. And then we jump to warp and go link up with the Saval and the Budapest.
Since we are so late over time, you will suffer some, minor damage as your shields manage to hold. And then you will engage warp. Let's just get a navigation roll. And a pilot roll.
Who's doing what? Because neither of those are PCs.
I'll roll
You
back.
can do the
Take the
navigation.
navigation since I got it here.
All right, and then the pilot can be
God.
done by Mel.
Holy crap! You are taking us into the Klingon space. Gonna be like that. Yeah, but she's AFK, so
I'm here. Oh, sorry.
I rolled for you.
I had too many windows open. I was trying to find it.
Just as well. I took your roll for you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so you will, on the second turn or the next turn of space combat, you will engage warp, and you are
Go
gone.
the wrong way.
And we'll end up somewhere we didn't intend exactly.
User in your channel timed out.
And I guess Nasha's buggered off.
User entered your channel.
He did say he had to deal with somebody blocking his driveway.
The Klingons will not pursue, especially since you have 2 Starfleet vessels en route.
Noted.
Well, that was awkward.
This is one of those, it's like, why are we going in this direction?
Navigator, what have you done?
At this point, security has yet to apprehend Kylie Hunsley.
Yep.
Well, there are only
I'm
so
gonna-
many places she can go.
I'm gonna have to take it over next session.
Now, do they have the whole scan for biosignatures in TOS? Can they actually just pick her up?
I don't think they can. You never see it. Because we want to wrap this up now, can I get a, I guess this could be assisted with leadership from someone, aiding the security team, and I'll get a perception roll made at skill 12.
Yeah. 5-5.
Well, who wants to take the perception? FX hasn't rolled anything in a bit, or is he out?
Yeah,
No, I'm a 12 perception, so not,
Roll it.
good, not great, not bad. Okay.
I have a 14, but I'm going to abstain.
No, it's supposed to be 12.
Oh wait, Mel, you're not
Squeaking
gonna
it
roll?
by, aren't you?
Well, this is not for... So someone make a perception roll.
Success by 0. Tied.
Squeaking it by, aren't you?
But I got the +1 from the leadership, right?
That's true. So you did better than she did.
Okay, so you get plus... All right. So in trying to track down your saboteur, you will find her en route to engineering. Obviously hoping to potentially affect some more sabotage or damage. However, she will plead completely innocent, saying that she panicked a little bit when things all started happening. She was knocked out. Anyone with detect lies can certainly make a roll to see if she's lying.
nobody believes her. She is interrogated.
I have something better. It's called the Vulcan mind meld.
Yeah, but that is really, really intimate for Vulcans. So even though Spock is kind of a slut, apparently.
It's
She's
intimate,
lying.
or- There you go. It's
You will see that she is lying. And to cut a longer story short, just so we can wrap this up, you will find incriminating evidence in the form of some encoded messages from someone, from an Orion.
Bloody Orions.
Apparently, she has taken payment to disrupt and delay the mission.
Yep, that's not going to end well for her. She's going to be shipped off to Vulcan and or Beta Z to get. Oh wait, no, the Communist Revolution hasn't taken over yet. We can still execute traitors in this time period.
You will. Does your interrogation have any bonuses?
Yeah, probably not. I can take extra time after we are away and such like that to get that to like a 0 or whatever. Unless you roll like that. So we're going to have to just turn her over to Starfleet Intelligence. I've heard they are very, very bad people.
Give me another roll.
For
Interrogation.
what?
You have time.
Okay. Right. Right. Yeah, I have to click on the button and actually click on the button. That's a little better by 2.
Well, I mean, if we have time, we can get the hours bonus and some other stuff.
Damn, by 7. She's hardcore. Yep, we're gonna have to turn her over to Starfleet Intelligence. Let those people handle it.
You have some 18 hours or something like that. Well, actually,
That's not gonna.
15 hours.
That's
Does that
not
give you any
gonna help me
bonuses?
much. That's even then. I mean, look at that. That's her difference is by 5 right now with the second one.
All right.
We're not going to use. We're not going to use torture. I don't have callous.
Let's do this properly.
At best, +2 lengthy interrogation, so that could increase
We could
mine
get
to
5 out of
by
it at least.
4. So the difference would be 3. I don't know what her loyalty is.
Let's just do this because you're supposed to roll per question. So let's just assume she has refused to answer your first 2 questions. What's your next question?
I got to figure out what my first 2 questions were.
Doesn't matter. They were inconsequential. What's your favorite color?
You said we have information linking her to Orions.
Yes. It appears that she was bought and paid for by an agent of the Orion Syndicate.
I want to know the identity of her contact with the Orion Syndicate.
Okay, make a roll.
Right. So +2 lengthy interrogation. So there's that. I do not know what her loyalty to her
It's
leader
not.
or
She's
cause.
not at any particular loyalty.
Okay, so she's got no bonuses there. And then any extra time as necessary. Let's see. Interrogation. Success by 6.
All right. She will give you the name of the contact within the Orion Syndicate. It's not particularly important yet. It may be important later, but we'll assume that you know that. Next question.
Alright.
You've still got time. We'll say you've got time for 2 more questions.
What was the plan? I mean, well, why was she doing this? What did they mean? Or yeah,
Oh,
Okay,
what was
roll.
the plan?
like we know she was here to delay, but what did they mean to do
Success
by
by
delaying it?
5. Exactly.
All right. She was tasked to delay the mission so that the Syndicate could make some inroads into the colony by selling them the cure.
Huh. Okay. You said I have one more question.
One more question.
I think my next question is, were the Orions responsible for this outbreak in the first place? By 0. Oh, hey, she failed by 3. Good.
All right. Yes, they were. It was the Syndicate that was behind it. They sent contaminated goods shipment to the
Those
planet, which
bastards.
caused the Dourap fever.
Right. That information is absolutely going up to Starfleet intelligence. In the hopes that they will clamp down on the bloody Orions in this sector. Maybe somebody who believes that Article 15, Section 31 of the Starfleet Charter is super irrelevant will, take action.
And you will find out she is apologetic. She's not willing to die for the Syndicate or anything like that. And she didn't realize the consequences of what she did was going to be so serious. She assumed it would just black out the ship.
The Klingons have a prison world called Rurnke. I think Starfleet needs one too.
But we don't know the name of any planet to wait. Oh,
Rurnke? Yeah, we do. We know that name.
no, I mean the Starfleet one.
Oh, yeah. I wonder what it would be named. There's a stupid mission in STO if you start in the Discovery era where there's actually a bunch of, it's like a prison, not a prison planet, but like, I don't know, a prison asteroid. And I was like, this doesn't feel very Starfleet.
All right, and that's where we'll end it, where Hunsley is carted off to the brig.
Outstanding.
All right, everyone will get 2 points.
2 points. I just got back.
You will get 2 points, and
Did you kill anybody?
this mission ends with you en route to Dourap IV.
Right.
How did it end? What did I miss? Did we blow up?
Nope.
It didn't blow up.
We escaped. We took some shield
We
damage.
squeaked
That's
by.
fine.
Excellent.
I'm gonna have to go yell and scream at the
There were some crit
the weapons
fails.
guy.
Well, I had to leave when we were you guys were figuring out what the damage was from the first hit.
Yep. It's all good. Everything's fine. We're all fine here. How are you?
My crit
Righto.
fail didn't kill us.
Excellent.
What is the piloting skill that everybody has? What's it called?
Oh,
I
Is it
think
just
you
high
get
right.
performance?
Hang on.
the template includes a choice of, I think, and it's shuttle or spaceship, I think.
I have Starship for piloting, and then ship handling has Starship Warp. What is it? Warp
Right.
propulsion.
So I'm gonna add piloting Starship. I'm not great at it at all.
Yeah, I've
You know,
got it.
just for
I got
one.
it at 12 or 11. I got it
I've
at
got
11.
it at 11.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember Spacer being able to actually drive the ship, just at a bare minimum. And but ship handling as an XO, he's definitely going to have ship
Yeah,
handling.
I've been making some minor little shuffles during the game. So I do have ship handling, and it'll be at 12. Cool.
Right.
So
Well,
technically, your
alright.
shields drop 24 points according to the ablative.
Yeah, but they'll
okay.
recover. They'll get
That's
better.
not that bad.
Yeah,
That does mean it's going to take a while to whittle those down.
every 10 points drops shields by 1 DR.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
All right, we'll end it there.
All right.
Thank you for watching.
Pretend he has an exit script.
Yeah, pretend I have an exit script. I hope you enjoyed the session. If you want to find this session, you can find it on YouTube and an audio-only podcast through Spotify. Links will be found in the description below. Thanks for watching. Olympus out.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Good night.